I want a divorce. I am now the CEO of the Thompson Group of Companies, the master of the Thompsons. My father can no longer control me. I am done with your selfishness. Evan Thompson, her husband, towered over her as he yelled. I thought I knew you. I thought you would change, but I was wrong to think that you deserved a chance. Evan, please, Chantel's words broke in and out. This wasn't the first time her husband had brought up the divorce in the past few months, but now he had the divorce papers in his hand. Fear crept into Chantel's heart, knowing how serious he was this time. She reasoned, I thought you were cheating on me. So I did every married woman would do and confront a mistress whom you have been housing in a luxury apartment. I was only helping her. Evan insisted. She isn't a mistress. Why are you so insecure? Nicole has no one. I brought her here to Rose Hills, and she is my responsibility. 2 years ago, Nicole quit her job in Lockwood to be with me. She has no one. Do you hear me? No one. You and father ensured she could not get a decent job. Evan shot back. With a frown, Chantel said back, she could have gotten a decent job if she stayed away from Rose Hills. And with what? No money, in a new town without anyone she knows. Evan retorted. Then, she could go back to Lockwood. Chantel tried to reason, but he cut her off again. That's not the point, Chantel. Haven't you realized it? I do not like to be dictated. Evan said. He pointed at her and described, You think you can control my life? Who do I want to be acquainted with? That's never going to happen, Chantel. Never. I only permitted this marriage because of my father, because he threatened me with my inheritance, my birthright. Evan added, You realized how unfair that was for me? And what if I cheated? Why would it matter to you? You forced yourself into this marriage, conspired with my father to trap me in this situation. You knew that I had my eye on Nicole, but did that matter to you? No. You had to squeeze yourself into my life. Evan shot back, his voice strengthening. Force myself into his life. Chantel silently asked. But we have known each other longer. Chantel and Evan had been married for 2 years. Their parents were close friends and had always said that she and Evan were bound to get married. Evan was the gentle older brother she looked up to when they were young. He treated her kindly and even blushed at her claims of marrying him. She was 5 years younger than Evan, so her 13-year-old self did not hold back in expressing her love for him back then. Sadly, the time came when Evan had to leave Rose Hill City for his college and master's degree. Evan only visited Rose Hills during holidays since he was often busy, taking 2 majors in college and managing an offshore branch near Lockwood City. When Evan fully returned to Rose Hills, he was already 25 years old, ready to take on more responsibility in his father's company. He was mature, more brilliant, taller, better built, and absolutely good-looking. However, when he came back, he brought someone with him, a friend whom he introduced as a potential girlfriend, Nicole Lively. Chantel never saw the signs. Whenever Evan visited Rose Hills, they chatted like old times. She was always very transparent about her attraction towards him, yet he never shut her down. Imagine her surprise and dismay when he returned with a woman he was casually dating at that time. The oddest part was how Nicole Lively looked somewhat similar to her. Nicole had long blonde hair, amber-colored eyes, and the same nose. If not for Chantel's blue orbs, more prominent jawlines, and tall figure, they were almost the same. It wasn't just Chantel who was disappointed when Evan brought home a girl. His father, Eric Thompson, was so furious that he tried to push Nicole away. He paid her off to leave the city, but she never took the bait. After some time, Evan's father forced him to marry Chantel. He would have been disowned if he had not. It was Eric's way of declaring that Nicole Lively had no place in their family. Yes, Chantel was selfish. The thought of Evan being with another woman made her incredibly resentful. So when Evan's father insisted on their marriage, she willingly agreed. Chantel was only 20 when she married Evan, still studying biochemistry at a local university that her father co-founded, but that did not stop her from being with the man she had loved. She thought this was her chance. Eventually, he would love her. She loved Evan so much and would do anything for him, to be with him, including working with Eric Thompson to keep Nicole Lively away. Eric and Chantel tried everything. With her own family's influence, they banned Nicole from entering the city. For over a year, Nicole was out of the picture. However, Chantel had to admit the woman had her ways. Nicole found her way back to Rose Hills with Evan's help. Now that I hold power and my father can no longer run the company, I can finally make this decision with no one to threaten me, Evan coldly said. I want you out of my life, Chantel. But Evan, I love you, she admitted, water welled in her eyes this time. I did everything for you to love me. Since I was young, you knew I have always loved you. She kneeled in front of Evan and wrapped her arms around his knees. She begged, please don't leave me. I love you so much.
But
I don't love you. I never did. Evan forced his frame away from her. He then slammed the papers against the living room table. With how strongly he struck the table, Chantel shuddered, feeling chills down her spine. For seconds, she remained silent, gawking at the document. This is it. It has come to this. Despite everything I had done to earn his love, Chantel said to herself. Her breathing became labored as tears finally rolled down her face. Chantel felt utterly defeated. Her mouth parted, yet no words left her lips. Before she could respond, Evan groaned, saying, You are unbelievable. What happened to the Chantel I used to know? What does he mean? I am still the same Chantel, except I tried to fight for what I thought was right for me, him, his love. She pondered deeply. Fuck. He clenched his jaws before saying, I'm leaving. I have better things to do than deal with you. Pointing to the divorce agreement, he said, I'll give you 1 week. 1 week to sign that document. He stood up and put on his coat. As he did, Chantel asked, Where? She gulped. Where are you going? None of your business. He took a few steps forward and then purposely said, Maybe I'll stay at Nicole's apartment. Anywhere but here. The next thing Chantel heard was the loud banging of their double doors. Chapter 2. Selfish? Yes, that was true. It was because she loved Evan so much. Insecure?
how could she not be?
Knowing that Nicole Lively was at arm's length, Chantel's insecurity grew. Chantel and Evan had a relatively tranquil marriage for more than a year. It wasn't fruitful or romantic, the dream marriage she wished for, but at least they were civil. Occasionally, they spent quality time as a married couple. Occasionally, they had made love. Chantel could tell that Evan had tried. However, 6 months ago, she received an anonymous message tipping her of Nicole Lively's return. She became paranoid. She kept prying, infuriating Evan with her constant interrogating and snooping. He started bringing up a divorce since. Eventually, whoever gave her clues sent her photos of Evan and Nicole together, having lunch or taking her to a luxury apartment building. That was when Chantel pursued to know where Nicole lived. So when she found out that Evan was paying for the apartment, she stormed into the apartment building and gave Nicole a piece of her mind. Chantel made sure everyone in the building knew that Nicole was a mistress. Naturally, Evan found out about it. That was how they wound up in their most noteworthy argument, within the living room of their villa. So yes, she was selfish and insecure, but that was all because of her love for Evan. What hurt Chantel the most, however, were Evan's words. I don't love you. I never did. She thought, if there was no ounce of affection for her, then why? Why would he touch her? She ridiculed herself, still sitting on the floor. She muttered, I guess I'm just the convenient partner. Of course, Chantel. You already know this, she added. Evan had never told her he loved her. He never even said he liked her. She was just someone his father forced him to marry. Chantel got up from the floor when she realized the maids were staring at her. They must have overheard. How shameful. How pathetic. She picked up the divorce papers and went to the master's bedroom. It was then that she read the terms of the contract. To set Evan free, she would get $10 million as alimony. Chantel set the document aside and stood in front of a full-length mirror. Watching the stain on her face, the bags around her eyes, and her skinny frame, she murmured, how pitiful. Before she became Mrs. Thompson, she was once the most sought-after young girl in college. She could not count the number of men who confessed their love for her, yet she chose to be with a man who did not love her. How pathetic. She told herself. Chantel, you are so pathetic. It's fair to say that love can turn one into someone foolish. Chantel was only 22 years old. She graduated at the top of her class in biochemistry, finishing her degree in 7 semesters. She wasn't supposed to be someone who felt unloved and unwanted. She was meant to be greater. After finishing college, she was so hung up, knowing that Nicole was just around the corner, that she did not even think about herself or her career. She had always wanted to become a doctor, a surgeon, but that would mean leaving the city to pursue medicine, allowing Nicole to see her husband freely. Thus, she gave up on that idea. After studying herself in the mirror, Chantel looked around the room. Her eyes landed on the portrait of her and Evan. It was a picture of them on their wedding day. She noted how she was so happy. Her eyes were gleaming in the photo, but as she glanced at Evan's face, her heart sank. In that photo, there was only hurt in Evan's expression. Guilt washed over her. Then after some time she laughed. The kind of laughter that was mixed with misery. Indeed, she was pathetic. She was at fault for marrying Evan against his will. If she had said no back then, he would have been free to choose, and she would not be in such a wretched state. Chantel did not know for how long she reflected on her decisions in life, but before dozing off to sleep that night, she admitted, "You are right, Evan. You are right. I am to blame for this." "Mrs. Thompson, have dinner." "You barely ate for 2 days." Mrs. Shaw, their house caretaker, walked in the door, forcing Chantel to get up from the bed. Chantel did not know how, but she managed with only water and bread for 2 days. That was how depressed she had become after Evan gave her the divorce papers. "I brought your dinner instead so you don't have to go out," Mrs. Shaw said. Mrs. Shaw urged Chantel to eat. She did not leave, making sure Chantel filled her stomach. After Chantel finished half her plate, she smiled and said, "Mrs. Shaw, thank you for taking care of me. Thank you for being my constant companion here at home, but dash." The words were stuck in her throat, and she cried, saying, "I'm afraid I must leave. I'm afraid I have pushed myself too hard on Evan's life that he hates me dash." "Sure, Mrs. Thompson. You are a good person. You just need to learn that love cannot be forced," Mrs. Shaw said. "If you love something, set it free. If it comes back, it's yours. If it doesn't, then it never was." Chantel smiled at Mrs. Shaw. She acknowledged, "Thank you, Mrs. Shaw. I guess I know that already. I was really hoping he would love me one day." Mrs. Shaw nodded. She had been working with Evan's family for years. When Evan moved to his marital home, the Thompsons asked her to take care of the newlywed couple. She had known Chantel since she was in high school. The Scotts were constant visitors to the Thompsons' home. Thus, Mrs. Shaw was aware of her kind nature, but Chantel slowly changed since she married Evan. Mrs. Shaw tried to mind her own business, but this time, she could not help but give Chantel her advice. If they were both unhappy with the marriage, why stay? "Have you decided?" Mrs. Shaw asked. Chantel nodded and faintly replied, "Yes, I have." After Mrs. Shaw left, Chantel first took out a paper and pen. Evan has been bringing up the divorce since 4 months ago, but it was only in the past 24 hours that Chantel gave it enough thought. She sucked in a breath and wrote a letter to Evan. "My dearest Evan, you first helped me with my math homework when I was 10. Your technique for mastering mathematics was excellent. I thought you were so brilliant. Remember when my parents were so busy because of a doctor's conference my father had to attend? Mom and Dad had to leave me in your house, and we made a mess of the kitchen making pancakes. I enjoyed those happy times with you. When I was 12, our families went camping by the lake, and you saved me after falling into the water. That was the first time I felt I truly liked you. Even if I was just a kid, I was crazy about you. I only told you about how I felt when I was 13 because I knew you were leaving for college. Evan, my love for you is not shallow. It goes deeper than you can imagine, but I was wrong about how I showed my love. You are right. I should not have agreed to the marriage and trapped you into such a commitment. I've heard this line many times, but I have always denied it. Loving someone means setting them free. So here it is. I have already signed the divorce papers. I hope you and Nicole will find happiness. I'm sorry to have come between the two of you. Forgive me for being selfish. Forgive my childish ways. Goodbye, Evan. Take care. Love. Chantel. Chapter 3. Dark circles formed around her eyes as Chantel packed her bags at 5 in the morning. She kept returning to the closet and deciding on what to bring. Evan bought her a few dresses. Even if they were in a loveless marriage, somehow, he had thought about her. I think it's better not to bring anything that would remind me of Evan, she mumbled and resumed packing only those she bought with her father's money. When she was done, she called for her father's driver and asked him to pick her up. Only then did she read the terms of their divorce. She read it once and twice until it all sunk into her head. You are getting a divorce, Shanti. You are getting a divorce, she repeated. No more crying. Cry later when you are at home. $10 million. She reread. Evan would give her $10 million as alimony for accepting the divorce terms. Chantel marked out the alimony. She affixed her signature on the correction. Afterward, she cautiously signed her name on every page, and at the last part, she felt a knife stab her heart as she affixed her signature next to Evan's. For a moment, she wondered when he had signed this contract. When Chantel was done, her shaking hands placed the same document beside the table, and she sadly removed her wedding ring. Tears threatened to fall again, but she held back. Chantel allowed herself a few minutes to take it all in. Just as she was sitting on the bed, her phone buzzed. Immediately, she assumed it was her father's driver. To her surprise, it was the same anonymous number that had been telling her about Evan and Nicole. However, the message was bolder this time, declaring herself. Her eyes widened at what she saw, and her heart galloped. On her screen was a picture of Evan having coffee at an unfamiliar dining area. From the photo, Chantel could tell that Evan had just woken up. His hair was messy, and he wore his usual office attire, except it was all wrinkled. The message on her phone read, "No matter what you do, he will come back to me. He never loved you. Give up." Chantel's face turned ghostly white. She could not believe her eyes. Apparently, her mysterious tipper was none other than Nicole Lively herself. How brazen! Her mouth fell open as she threw her head back on the sheets. She laughed and laughed while tears streamed down her face. After what felt like 10 minutes of laughing and crying her heart out, she replied to the message saying, "So it was you all along, Nicole. I would never have thought. Well, you can have him. I accept my defeat." Either way, Chantel had already signed the divorce papers and earnestly accepted that Evan did not love her. For seconds, she contemplated what to do. Still, she thought it was necessary to let Evan know what Nicole had done. She took a screenshot of Nicole's message. Then she sent it to Evan. Chantel typed her message. "I agree to the divorce. You can have your $10 million. I don't need the money, Evan. I am Chantel Scott, daughter of the world-famous cardiosurgeon, Dr. William Scott. Thank you for everything, Evan, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything." Before leaving, Chantel made sure that Evan would get her message clearly. She wrote added instructions in her letter. "By the way, I marked out the alimony and countersigned it. As I said in my text, you don't need to give me any money. And I'm sorry about the picture message I sent you. I just thought you should know." The next call she received was that of her father's driver. She gave her room one last look before finally leaving her marital home. Last night, in a private room in an exclusive club, Evan was spending time with his friends. His brown-colored eyes narrowed at his drink. His perfectly sculpted and slightly bearded jaws clenched before gulping down a full glass of hard liquor. After settling the glass on the table, he ran his fingers through his dark brown hair and announced, "I'm divorcing Chantel." Dead air fell upon the room, but soon, one of his friends, Sean, asked, "I can't believe this. Are you serious, Evan?"
He is dead serious, man.
"We all knew he was always envious of our single blessed life," Wendell remarked before gulping down a full glass of wine. "What's going on?" Keith arrived, curious about the purpose of their gathering. Sean Ross, Keith Henderson, and Wendell Franco have been good friends with Evan since high school. They parted ways when they studied at different colleges, but they had always communicated with each other. Sean and Wendell first glanced at Evan. Seeing he was seriously drinking his liquor, Wendell revealed, "Evan is divorcing our beautiful Shanti." "What?" Keith asked with a frown. He sat next to Evan and poured himself a glass of wine. "Why? Why not?" Evan said back, "I never wanted to get married 2 years ago. I was 25 then, at the prime of my life. I had many plans. It was all my father's doing, and she wrote in on it. She is not that innocent. But I thought you both were fine last year?" Sean asked. "Weren't you going out on occasional dates?" A few dinner dates, were just a front to appease my father. Evan scoffed. His response was his way of justifying his decision. I just endured it. But now that father no longer has the stamina to run the corporation, and he has no choice but to hand me the full authority, I am free to make my own choices. Besides, I have had enough of her being constantly jealous and insecure. Evan added. There was silence between the four friends, but eventually Keith sought, Is this because of Nicole Lively? I don't know, man. I mean, you have been spending time with Nicole lately.
Plus, you kept that a secret from Shani.
It's natural for Shanti to be jealous, Wendell suggested. Who I make friends with is none of her business, Evan curtly pointed out and then indulged himself in another glass of alcohol. Whose side are you on? The temperature in their room dropped instantly. It took minutes and a few more drinks for Sean to break the ice. He asked, So, you are only interested in becoming friends with Nicole? Or are you planning to make her your girlfriend after the divorce?
Evan thought deeply about it.
That was the plan before he was forced into marriage. Now, many things had changed, but of course, he still felt responsible for Nicole's well-being. Nevertheless, he wasn't sure how he felt about it. Despite his uncertainties, he retorted, Why not? I brought Nicole to Rose Hills 2 years ago with that intention. Evan immediately noticed the varied expressions of his friends.
Keith scoffed. San is native.
Wendell bit his lip. All the more irritation filled his heart. What the hell is wrong with all of you? Evan cast them an intimidating glare as he questioned. Nothing, Evan. It's just that. Sean cautiously looked at Wendell and Keith. When he confirmed their minds were synced, he said, We don't get you, Evan. Keith nodded. He, for one, had known Chantel and Evan since they were young. Evan used to cherish Chantel, and their families always knew they would end up together. Everything changed when he came home one day and brought Nicole Lively. What do you mean you don't get me? Evan, in his stern voice, sought. Sure, they have similarities, but if you look closely, they are so far apart. And it's not just the look, it's everything else. Chantel's background, her character. Shaking his head, Keith said, Let me show you, Evan. With his left hand raised above his head, he said, This is Chantel. Then, he lowered his right hand below his waist and suggested, This is Nicole Lively. That's the difference between the two of them. Any man would want Chantel over Nicole. We don't get how you like Nicole over your wife, Keith said in a sarcastic tone. Then, Evan yelled, Why don't you marry her? Angered by his friend's idea, Evan pushed the liquor bottles off the table, spilling the contents on the tiles. He got up and fixed his coat and acted to leave. Just when he had heard enough from his friends, Keith said back, Are you sure about that, Evan? Because if you are not interested in Shani, I'd be more than happy to pursue her. The thought of Keith wooing his wife filled his heart with fury. Keith was a known playboy. He dated women left and right. He did not deserve someone like Chantel. He said back, Don't even think about it. Chapter 4. For an hour, Evan drove around town aimlessly, thinking about the divorce. Thanks to his so-called friends, he was second-guessing his decision. It was past midnight when he still had no specific direction where to go. He thought about going to a hotel or his office, but suddenly, he remembered one person who could understand him, Nicole. Thus, he drove to Nicole's apartment. When Evan arrived at the apartment, he rang the doorbell several times. Finally, when the door opened, he saw Nicole's smiling face. She was surprised to see him, and he could tell by how her eyes widened and gleamed. Faintly, she said, Evan, you are here. I need someone to talk to, Evan revealed. I hope you don't mind. Nicole quickly let him in and guided him to the living room. She said, What's bothering you, Evan? Then she frowned, and with a sad expression, she asked, Did you fight with Chantel?
I'm sorry.
I don't know how she learned that I had returned. I was surprised when she came barging into my door last Tuesday. Nicole quickly cried and said, I should have never come back here and make trouble for you and Chantel Dash. I've asked for a divorce, Evan revealed. What? She asked in shock. I told Chantel I want a divorce. Since my father stepped down at the company, he can no longer force me to stay married to Chantel, Evan revealed, looking past Nicole. Are you sure? Nicole inquired. Evan groaned. He lowered his head and rested his face against his palms, saying, It has to be done. I want out. This wasn't how I wanted my life to be. Nicole stretched her hands to rub Evan's shoulder. She said, "I know how you feel, Evan. It's hard when everything is taken from you, like how your father deprived me of getting an opportunity here in Rose Hills. You and I both know what it feels like to be stuck in a situation you can't escape." In a caring tone, she added, "I wholeheartedly support your decision. You deserve to make your own choices." To Evan, Nicole was a good listener, and that always gave him a sense of comfort. It reminded him of how he became friends with Nicole in the first place. When Evan was still taking his master's degree at Lockwood University, he met Nicole while borrowing a book from the library. She was working as a librarian there. At first, she quickly caught his attention because her back looked like Chantel's. Besides that, Nicole was very efficient in giving Evan the books required for his research. Then, every time he visited the library, they would chat briefly. Evan and Nicole seemed to like the same things. Outside the library, they often bumped into each other, especially in the places where Evan spent his free time. It was as if fate was bringing them together that Evan casually dated her. So when it was time for Evan to take on a more prominent role at the company, he offered to bring Nicole to Rose Hills. He wasn't sure yet of how he felt about her back then. Nicole did not have friends or family, and Evan felt sorry for her. Evan thought, with his connections in Rose Hills, Nicole would have a better life in the city of his birth. Unfortunately for Evan, he forgot about one thing: Chantel Scott. He failed to factor in Chantel in his decision to bring a woman to Rose Hills. How could he forget that his parents had always wanted him to marry Chantel? Evan could only blame the distance. He was technically gone for 7 years, returning only a few days every year and forgetting about that verbal arrangement between their families. However, before Evan could consider things thoroughly, his father acted harshly against Nicole. He looked down at her and tried to pay her off. When it did not work, and Nicole remained in the city, his father forced him to marry Chantel. Evan let out all his frustrations with Nicole. Feeling relieved, he said, "Thank you for hearing me out, Nicole. I'm glad I came here. Is it okay if I sleep in the guest room?" "Of course, Evan. Technically, this is your house," Nicole replied. Evan guided himself into the guest room. He smiled at Nicole, who was standing outside the door. He said, "Good night, Nicole." "Good night, Evan," Nicole answered with an amiable smile. When the door slammed shut, Nicole frowned. She was very disappointed that Evan did not let her in. She walked closer and even tried to open the door. However, it was locked from the inside. She cussed but reminded herself of how Evan was divorcing Chantel. She made her way to her room and mumbled, "Be patient, Nicole. In due time. The wait is all worth it." In the morning, Nicole prepared breakfast for Evan. Then, recalling how Evan complained about Chantel's paranoia, she took a picture of him while drinking his coffee. Over the past few months, she had secretly sent clues to Chantel that Evan had been seeing her. The photos did not have to suggest that they were in a relationship. Nicole knew Chantel had always been insecure when it came to her. Since Evan was divorcing Chantel, she no longer hid her identity. "Soon, Evan will be mine, like it should have been 2 years ago, bitch." Nicole smirked as she sent the photo to Chantel. She gave Evan her back and awaited Chantel's reaction. After a few minutes, she received a response, and oh, how it was favorable to her. A sinister grin became painted on her face with the realization that Chantel had given up. She imagined herself living with Evan, sleeping beside him in the bed and finally making love. Her relationship with Evan had always been ambiguous. When they were casually dating back in Lockwood City, they had kissed, but they had never gone beyond that. Evan never gave her a title, whether a girlfriend or a fling. When Evan married Chantel, everything changed. Evan held back with her and put a distance between them. It was worse when Evan's father banned her from the city. She could not get a job, and Eric's men constantly threatened her away. Nicole had no choice but to stay away for over a year. Once in a while, she would reach out to Evan, but their communication was minimal. Finally, with her back in Rose Hills, and with Evan holding the CEO position of the Thompson Group of Companies, Nicole was more determined to be with Evan. She smirked as she thought, "Soon, with Chantel gone, Evan will remember who he truly likes, and that's me. I did not sacrifice so many years to fail." "Thanks for breakfast, Nicole. I better head back, and remember, you have an interview at the public library." "Don't worry. Father would not interfere from now on. He has become tired of fighting me." "Really?" Nicole asked. That's good news. That means I can finally pay you back for all the help you gave me. No, don't pay me back. I owe you for what my father did, Evan suggested. He then turned in the direction of the common restroom and asked, Can I use the toilet? Sure, Evan, Nicole said with a smile. She watched as Evan first attended to some of his messages. He left his phone on the table before going to the restroom. Nicole was cleaning the table when she saw Chantel's message. Her hands itched to see what Chantel had to say, especially since she had revealed herself to her. Thus, she opened the text. Thankfully, Evan's mobile was still open from his earlier use. She did not need his password at that point. When she saw that Chantel had sent a screenshot of her picture message, Nicole panicked. Even if she had used an alternate number, it was obvious that the picture came from her. The angle of where the photo was taken gave it away. Evan can't know. She quickly deleted the screenshot Chantel sent, including the message where she had agreed to the divorce.
Bitch.
Do you think that will work? She laughed. She rolled her eyes and said, Sorry, Evan will never know about it. You are such a loser, Chantel Scott.
Chapter 5.
Sweetheart, if he can't appreciate you, then he doesn't deserve you, Dr. William Scott said. I'm glad you have come to that decision. William and Eleanor Scott embraced their weeping daughter inside the Scott's family mansion. I loved him, Dad, Mom. How I wish it did not have to end this way, Chantel expressed, but her mother cut her off. But more importantly, you have to love yourself, Eleanor suggested. As Chantel pulled away from her parents, her father suggested, It's time to put yourself first, my dearest Shanty. When you married Evan, you lost yourself, your dreams and aspirations. I know you loved Evan, but there's more to life than that boy. William lifted Chantel's chin and suggested, You deserve better. If it were 2 years ago, William would have wanted Evan as a son-in-law, but since Chantel married him, he saw through her sadness. In the first few months of their marriage, his daughter was still elated at being with Evan. However, as the months passed, he could see Chantel's longing to be loved. Recently, she has been crying more often. She lost so much weight and was never interested in anything else but following Evan around. It pained William to see his daughter this way. Chantel was never lacking in love. Everyone around her loved her. For his daughter to feel so unwanted, to become doubtful of herself, hurt William the most. He had long been asking Chantel to get a divorce, but she always insisted that their marriage was getting better, day by day. Of course, that was not what he saw. Finally, they were going to be separated. He did not care who initiated it. What mattered most was how his daughter would be free to live her life. He urged, Let's leave this town. Let's relocate to where you can pursue medicine. William smiled and suggested, Become a surgeon like me. In William's view, taking Chantel away was the best solution. His daughter may appear strong right now, decided on the separation, but he knew well that Evan was her weakness. She could easily crawl back into his arms, and it wasn't because his daughter had no brain. She was too in love with Evan, and it clouded her judgment. Chantel sighed and contemplated. After some time, she weakly replied, Okay, father. I agree with your plans. I'm glad you approve, William answered. Then your mother and I will prepare for everything. I'll have the house for sale. I don't want us coming back here, even if it means cutting my friendship with the Thompsons.
But, Dad.
That would mean your work. Chantel asked. I will resign from St. Dominique's Hospital as their director. I will sell my shares at the university. I can easily find work elsewhere, being the best cardiosurgeon in the world, William suggested. Don't worry, sweetheart. I'll take care of you. I have a city in mind. Warlington. They have the best training facility for surgeons, he revealed. As soon as I can find a home, I'll move you out of Rose Hills. Days passed. Mr. Thompson, sir. I'm very sorry, but my mother was admitted to the hospital because of pneumonia the other day. May I please be allowed to review the documents at the hospital? James, Evan's assistant, asked. I will bring my laptop with me. You will bring your laptop to the hospital? Evan leaned back and sighed. He finally understood why his assistant had been so exhausted recently. He shook his head and suggested, Take 2 days off and attend to your mother. I'll ask Shirley to cover your work. Get some proper sleep while you are at it. James' eyes lit up. He quickly bowed and said, Thank you, Sir Thompson. Thank you so much. I will give Shirley my endorsements. Evan brushed off his assistant with a hand, saying, "Go. Take care of your mother." "Sir, since you allowed me to take a leave," James said, "may I recommend that you also get a good sleep yourself?" Evan froze. Was it that obvious how he had been struggling to rest for many nights? He glanced at his private room next to the office and gasped. Maybe he needed a good sleep at home, the same home he shared with Chantel. Again, he sucked in a breath, knowing it was finally time to deal with the divorce. Evan had yet to return home for more than a week. It was beyond the time that he gave Chantel. Could she have already signed the divorce papers? There was only one way to find out. He turned to James and said, "You are right." "Thank you, James." "You're welcome, sir. Good night," James said before leaving the CEO's office. "Mrs. Shaw, I have several clothes from the office needing laundry. Kindly take care of them," Evan said as soon as he entered the villa. "Oh my, Mr. Thompson, you have been staying too much in the office. You used up all your spare clothes," Mrs. Shaw said. "Have you eaten dinner? I can make one very quickly." When Mrs. Shaw suggested she prepare his dinner, he frowned and asked, "Shanty did not make my dinner?" Sure, he gave Chantel divorce papers, but she had always attended to his needs, even when they were arguing. The fact that she did not cook dinner was surprising to him. Mrs. Shaw was taken aback by Evan's probing. She knotted her brows and asked, "But, sir, aren't you getting a divorce? She left 3 days after you, and the missus quarreled in the living room last week." Immediately, Mrs. Shaw lowered her head, saying, "I'm sorry to pry. Your voices were so loud it was hard not to listen." "I see." Evan frowned. He could not believe it. "She left." "Yes, sir. She has left some papers on your bedside table," Mrs. Shaw revealed. Evan skipped dinner altogether. He went straight to the bedroom and saw the papers, exactly as Mrs. Shaw had disclosed. When he moved closer, he understood it was the divorce agreement. He was surprised that Chantel signed it, even without making a drama. She did not go to his office. She did not call or send him any messages these past few days. Evan did not also get a call from his father, which meant his family had not learned about his decision to divorce Chantel. Evan picked up the two-toned wedding ring that was meant for Chantel. He unwittingly studied the ring on his finger and muttered, "She signed it. She really signed it." His brows met. Evan thought he would be relieved, but why did it feel like his chest was heavy? He was about to remove his wedding ring when he discovered another paper underneath the divorce agreement. He picked it up and recognized it was a letter addressed to him. Lazily, he flipped the paper open and read it. "My dearest Evan." The weight on Evan's chest felt heavier in each line of the letter. Chantel recounted the years when they were young. Somehow, it also reminded Evan of how close they were back then. Eventually, his eyes landed on the last words, which appear to have been written as a follow-up. It read, "By the way, I marked out the alimony and countersigned it. As I said in my text, you don't need to give me any money. And I'm sorry about the picture message I sent you. I just thought you should know." He raised a brow and wondered. A message? She sent a message. Evan found it strange, because he had never received a single message from her. Chapter 6. "Good morning, Evan. I love you." Evan smiled in his dream, hearing Chantel repeat those words. She never got tired of expressing how she felt. In his dream, he did not respond, but he sensed the warmth in his heart. Suddenly, he heard his phone buzz. It was his wake-up call. "Shanty, can you turn off the alarm, please? I want to sleep longer." "It's Saturday." Evan groaned in his sleep.
Chance.
"Shanty." His eyes opened, realizing he was calling out his wife's name. He sat up and turned to the empty side of the bed. Then his gaze landed on the bedside table. When he saw the divorce papers and the letter she wrote, it dawned on him how Chantel was already gone.
Right.
"She left," Evan said under his breath. Again, this was supposed to be his happiest moment. He was free. All he needed to do was to formalize the divorce, and he would be officially a single man, but why was his chest still feeling heavy? It had not felt any better since he learned about Chantel's leaving. He noticed his phone was ringing. He checked it and saw it was Nicole calling. He ignored it at first and just lay on the bed. When his phone continued to ring, he groaned in irritation and answered it. "Nicole, I got the job from the public library. It's like what you said. Your father did not interfere." There was a smile in her tone when Nicole added, "Evan, I can't thank you enough. How about we have dinner to celebrate? I can cook for you. Evan glanced at the bedside table. Then he replied, I can't. I have to hand to my lawyers the divorce papers. Oh, did Chantel sign it? Nicole probed.
Yes.
Yes, she did. Evan blandly answered. There was not a hint of happiness in his voice. That's even more reason to celebrate. Come on, Evan. Let's have lunch together, Nicole kept insisting. Evan sighed and responded, I'm sorry, Nicole, but I have things to do. Next time. He ended the call without letting Nicole finish, and then he started staring at his phone, going through his messages. Recalling Chantel's letter, he wondered, which message was she referring to? From one app to another, Evan checked all his messengers, but he did not find any recent texts or messages from Chantel. He frowned and pondered what she meant. Soon, he attempted to call Chantel's phone. The person you are calling is out of reach. Again and again he called. Since he could not get through, he sent her a message. Shani, I got your letter. Thank you for signing the divorce papers. I know you said you did not want the alimony, but I will still transfer the funds to you. By the way, I did not get any message from you, despite what you have written in your letter. Evan spent an hour waiting in bed, but Chantel did not reply. He went down to have his late breakfast. When Chantel still did not respond, he sent another message. Shanti, we could still be friends. We have known each other since we were young. We don't need to be strangers. He bathed and changed into a new set of clothes. Evan left to meet his lawyers and, after handing in the divorce papers, he decided to pay his father and mother a visit. When he entered the gates to the old Thompsons' mansion, Evan felt tensed. It was about time for him to tell his parents of his decision to divorce Chantel. He did not know how they would take it. His parents, Eric and Clara Thompsons, genuinely loved Chantel as their daughter-in-law. Are my parents here? Evan asked. Yes, sir. They are in the garden with Miss Scott, the maid said. Instantly, Evan knew what was going on. He looked outside and realized that the Scott's car was parked next to his father's. Chantel was here to report their divorce. Many possibilities played in his head. Yet again, he was angered. He was prepared to defend himself should his father retort by threatening him again. Evan marched with heavy steps until he found himself in the gardens. What he saw broke his heart. He could make out how the news saddened his parents. Eric and Clara were embracing Chantel with tears in their eyes. His wife was doing the same, weeping. Evan, Clara, his mother, called. You are here. The embrace between the three broke off, and Evan could finally see Chantel. It was obvious that she had been crying, observing the bags around her eyes. Chantel tells me you have finally divorced? Clara said in a soft tone. Then, to Evan's surprise, his father said, I guess it's better. I'm tired of forcing this onto you both. Don't worry, Evan. Chantel had told me it was her decision. So I respect it, Eric said.
What?
That came as an amazement to Evan. If his father knew it was his decision, a debate would happen again. He secretly thanked Chantel for that. Aunt, uncle. I have to go. Chantel sniffed her tears away and said, Goodbye. Goodbye, Shanti.
We love you, dear.
Good luck with everything, Clara said, waving goodbye. Chantel walked past Evan, not minding him for a second. It wasn't like her at all. Evan asked silently, Did she just ignore me? A big part of Evan was dumbfounded. She never ignored him. Noticing how she kept walking without glancing at him, he said, I tried calling you. Chantel raised a brow and softly replied, I changed my number. And just like that, Chantel walked away. She did not even say goodbye or give Evan her new number. A month passed. Miss Shanti said to thank you for the divorce certificate. Howard, the Thompsons' family driver, said in front of Evan. With his money and connection, Evan quickly got the divorce certificates done. Officially, he was already a free man. Clearing his throat, Evan asked, Is that it? Did she say anything else? Nothing, sir. She just accepted it and returned to whatever it was she was doing. The Scotts appeared to be busy. Howard shrugged. Their maids were walking in and out of the house, carrying boxes. Maybe they were cleaning the house. I see, Evan replied, inwardly disappointed. Thank you, Howard. Oh, and Dash. Evan reached for a gift box inside his drawers and gave it to Howard. This is for your son. He smiled and added, I remember he liked baseball. Wendell sold some of his card collections. I figured Clark would love this, Evan added. Howard had a huge smile on his face. He answered, "Thank you, sir. You are very thoughtful." "Don't mention it. I just remembered," Evan replied, and Howard left his office. Half bothered by Chantel's pure silence, Evan went about his work. As he did, he kept reminding himself how this was his decision and that it was best for both of them, him and Chantel. In the evening, he received an invitation from his friend, Sean. They wanted to have drinks at the club. At the same time, he received a text from Nicole. She said, "Evan, let's celebrate. I got my first salary from the library, but I don't have any friends to celebrate it with. Please, Evan." Evan felt responsible altogether. He had been busy with work and had not also visited Nicole. Thus, he wound up inviting her to the club. Instead of a private room, like they usually had, Sean booked a secluded booth at the club. Keith and Wendell were already there. "Hey." Sean's mouth fell open when he saw Nicole. He said, "Oh, hey, Nicole." "Hi guys, I hope you don't mind that I join you," Nicole said, giving off that amiable smile.
Swear.
"It's fine," Sean responded awkwardly. "You remember Wendell and Keith, right?" "Hi, everyone. Nice to see you again," Nicole replied. The music was on at the club. The DJ played the most upbeat tune, and a few guests started dancing. On the other hand, Evan's group enjoyed their drinks, discussing businesses and whatnot. "You know, Nicole, I honestly thought you were so familiar, even during the first time Evan brought you to our circle," Wendell suggested. "Have we met before?" "Maybe it's just me, but I thought your eyes were familiar," Wendell added. Nicole smiled and said, "No, it can't be. It was my first time to be here in Rose Hills 2 years ago." "Whoa, isn't that Shanty?" Sean asked, seeing a girl in a sexy white dress that hugged her body, her blonde hair bouncing as she danced with 3 other girls. "Whoa," Wendell hissed. Keith, on the other hand, whistled. "Damn, I knew she had a sexy body beneath those jeans and long dresses." Announcement, everyone. Another girl with short black hair took the microphone from the DJ. She said, "Meet my girl, Chantel Scott. We are celebrating her divorce. She is a hot, sexy ass who is single and ready to mingle." Evan's nose flared. His eyes widened in shock. Chapter 7. "Shanty, are you excited about your going-away party?" Carice said with glee. Her short black hair bounced as she jumped at the idea. Chantel had just arrived at her best friend's home. She had called her days before, informing her that her family was leaving Rose Hills permanently. They cried oh. Chapter 8. Evan could not believe his eyes. Chantel had always been conservative. Evan liked to think of it that she preserved herself for him. He was her first, and oddly, he had never been intimate with anyone, other than his now ex-wife. Chantel was never the kind to go out in a club, nor did she and Joe. Chapter 9. Evan managed to flee from Chantel's friends. Unfortunately, his beloved sports car did not escape Chantel's vomit. "Ugh, this is awful," Chantel said in disgust after throwing up on the side of Evan's car. Her dress got partly stained, and she absolutely reeked of alcohol. "I'm never going." Chapter 10. When morning came, Evan woke up to find Chantel dressed in one of her clothes. She had not brought home all of her dresses. Those that he had given her in the past remained in their closet. For a second, he studied her slender frame. He admitted she had a beautiful body. "Do you want me to have?" Chapter 11. Evan was staring blankly at the glass window of the hospital room, wondering how Chantel was. He fished his mobile from his trouser pocket and gawked at his phone. Fuck. He still had no means of communicating with her. "Evan, the doctor said I can go home in 2 days." He heard a female voice. Chapter 12. Moreover, there were problems at the company that he had to deal with. His schedule was bound to be busy up until the next day, and he needed to get home and rest for the night. He figured he would respond to Nicole later, much later. It was already past 8 in the evening when Howard, the Tom. Chapter 13. The double doors abruptly opened, resulting in them banging against the wall. Mrs. Shaw and Nicole snapped their heads in Evan's direction. "Evan." Nicole jolted in her stance as she called his name. You startled us." "Thank goodness you returned early." Nicole still had a butterfly tape on. Chapter 14. Nicole gave Evan one last glance. Her eyes watered as she entered the private car of the Thompsons. Evan could tell Nicole hoped he would change his mind, but he would never. He did not judge Nicole just yet, but why did it feel like she was using the assault incident to force her way into high? Chapter 15. Shanty. Shanty. Evan had been calling out in front of the locked gates of the Scots mansion. His eyes narrowed as he looked around the estate. The lights from the gates and the lights on the fences were on, but the house was completely dark. Is there no one inside? Despite knowing he may end.
Chapter 16.
Evan was about to check his emails when his phone rang again. It was Nicole. It had been 4 days since Nicole was discharged from the hospital. Nicole had been calling Evan day and night, but Evan did not answer her calls. Evan has yet to confront Nicole about how she had suggested to Chantel. Chapter 17. I want a background check on Nicole Lively. Everything you can find out about her, and I want it ASAP. Evan ordered his contact on the phone. He was walking back and forth in a secluded area of the hospital's corridor. And what's the progress on the rape investigation? Have you found out anything?
Chapter 18.
She thought that since Chantel and Evan were already divorced, he would eventually let her stay there. Besides, he owed her. She blamed Evan for what had happened to her, and she saw through how he felt utterly responsible. To her dismay, she miscalculated how Evan unknowingly valued Chantel. Chapter 19. This is imprisonment. You can't force me in here. I refuse to receive treatment. Let me go. Nicole screamed at the top of her lungs while inside her hospital room, but no matter what, the security guard Evan assigned to watch her remained unchanged. The private guard said, I'm sorry, Miss Livell. Chapter 20. Wendell was driving out from his home in the evening when he noticed the mansion across from theirs had the gates opened and a car was driving in. It would not have surprised him, except the house had been empty for about 9 years. Only caretakers come and go during weekends. Wendell said. Chapter 21. How was the first day in medical school? Chantel was beyond shocked to find Keith Henderson leaning against a BMW sports car in front of her school. He looked striking in a white Chinese collared shirt, gray coat, and trousers. His dirty blonde hair was brushed up neatly, and his face was clean. Chapter 22. Keith, my daughter, had given up so much to be with Evan. Yet, he did not see through her sacrifices. Yes, Eric and I are partly to be blamed, me for allowing the marriage and Eric for forcing it on them. But to me, Evan could have tried harder. William expressed his inner thoughts.
Now, Shaw.
Chapter 23. You only had one thing to do. Make Evan Thompson marry you. An older man spoke coldly to his daughter in a private home. Now, we could not even get out of the city. If Evan ever finds out, we will lose everything. Have you forgotten what the Thompsons did to us back then? This was your chance to. Chapter 24. Evan. Dad has a meeting at the hospital. As usual, Mom will be with him to help. Dad asked if you could take me home, but I want to go to the beach. It's plankton season. Chantel squeaked in excitement.
Wait.
Shanty, didn't Uncle William say you should go home? Evan asked.
It was.
Chapter 25. Melody's hair was back to its rich dark brown color. She had carelessly cut her hair and wore sunglasses despite leaving in the middle of the night. She wore a jacket and a hoodie over her head. From that night onwards, she was no longer Nicole Lively. She was back to being Melody Campbell. Chapter 26. Behind him, Wendell was shaking his head, and Sean was narrowing his eyes at the woman. Or should I say, Nicole Lively. Evan announced, his voice strengthening. Do you honestly think I would not connect the dots, Melody? Behind Evan, Wendell said. I knew you looked familiar. Even with you. Chapter 27. Days passed. With the help of Wendell's father, Evan had Melody and her father locked up. Although Thomas Campbell's charges were less severe, and he was bound to be set free, he did not escape Evan's wrath. Thomas's unpaid property taxes surfaced, and the local government issued a memo to seize. Chapter 28. Evan, tomorrow, we can strike another deal, Mr. Romanoff suggested. It's good that you decided to visit. At least you can see how serious I am being a client in the many years to come. Mr. Romanoff had taken Evan for a tour, driving from one showroom to another. I expect over 100 shipments. Chapter 29. Silence stretched for seconds before James answered. Oh, sir. That's good to hear. I thought Miss Shanty was lovely. I'll do that first thing in the morning. The next day, Evan had an entire day of meeting with Mr. Romanoff and his executives, but when he was done, he immediately called hi. Chapter 30. Evan was dressed in his best suit. He applied the perfume Chantel always encouraged him to use. His hairstylist came to the villa and had his hair trimmed early in the morning. Chantel would have already received her gown yesterday. I hope she liked it, he thought in his head. After Evans. Chapter 31. 2 buttons on Evan's shirt were undone. He had difficulty breathing and had to open part of his shirt. He could not believe his eyes. A new doctor was now occupying Dr. Scott's clinic. This can't be happening. Evan raked his fingers through his hair and looked around,
seeing several secretary.
Chapter 32. There was one last hope, and that was where Chantel completed her degree. Dr. Scott was one of the founders of the school. Evan was convinced that Dr. Scott would never give up on his shares. If he did, selling them in just a few months would be close to impossible. Half an hour passed, and Chapter 33. Earlier that day, Chantel was lazily preparing for school. She wasn't feeling well, but school was school. Every day is vital for medical school. After showering and changing into a pair of faded jeans and a white top, she made her way to the dining area to have breakfast.
Surprise. Happy beach.
Chapter 34.
Keith laughed.
He shook his head and replied, I'm not interested in them, and they're not at all wrong. Chantel simply shook her head at his remark, not wanting to dwell on it. Keith was handsome and charismatic, but he was also Evan's friend. She did not want to go there with him. Moreover, Chapter 35. Oh, my goodness. Not again. Mrs. Shaw exclaimed, seeing Evan being guided by Wendell into the villa's entrance at 4 in the morning. She tried to aid Wendell, but Wendell said, It's okay, Mrs. Shaw. I can manage. Please help me open the door to his room. More than a week had passed since Ev. Chapter 36. Sometimes, when things don't work out the way you planned, something better is coming. It may be difficult to believe where you stand. Often, redirection is a helpful intervention. This is a gift, and I know it. Love and kisses to my girl, Shanty. I'll see you in a week. Chantel smiled, reading. Chapter 37.
Evan, sans.
Do we really need to go? Eric Thompson asked. The Thompsons were in the car, heading their way to the airport. They were flying to Lockwood for the formalities of Evan's recently acquired property. Of course we do, Eric. Evan wants us to see his plans, Clara said in the car. Chapter 38. Mr. Thompson, this is for you. A young bald girl walked up to Eric, Evan's father, and gave him a teddy bear. Another young boy, wearing a cannula, breathed deeply as he handed a single flower to Clara Thompson. He said, For you. This is Anna. She has leukemia. She is waiting for a bone. Chapter 39. He pointed to Wendell, Sean, and Keith, saying, My friends will be my first business partners in this new venture. And the hospital? Clara asked. I will buy the hospital too. The owner already intended to sell the hospital to the other bidders. If I did not win the bid, this hospital would. Chapter 40. Evan, his friends, and his family stayed in Lockwood for 2 days, finalizing documents. It was on the last day that Evan asked Keith for a favor. In the lobby of the same hotel they were staying, Evan invited Keith for coffee. As they were drinking their beverages in front of a round table. Ev. Chapter 41. Sorry, Evan. Dr. Scott isn't in Hamlin either, Evan heard Keith say on the other line, and very quickly, his heart sank. What about the private investigator you hired? Didn't that come up with any results?
Keith asked.
Who was the PI again? Mr. Ren Austin, yeah, what about him? Strang. Chapter 42. Over 7 years passed. At Worlington Hospital. Operating Room 1. Scalpel. The woman said in a blue scrub. She had a surgical loop on as her eyes narrowed at the patient's chest. She cut through the skin without hesitation. Everyone watched and aided the great chief surgeon of Worlington. Chapter 43. He shrugged and added, So, I decided to have dinner with you and Lucas first. Tisk. Tisk. Busy, Mr. CEO, Chantel remarked with a smirk. You have got something good going on. I mean, Prima Medcare is expanding in Europe. That is just awesome. Keith had been running the insurance company. Chapter 44. Mommy, who do I look like? Lucas repeated. Who else do you look like? You are the one and only, most handsome kid in Worlington International School, Lucas Scott. It was Keith who replied. Sometimes, you don't have a look-alike because you are simply unique. Come on, tell me, who is the H? Chapter 45. Unfortunately, instead of Keith's hand, it landed on an open pitcher of water the maid had earlier set, in case Keith and Chantel needed any. The phone sank to the very bottom of the pitcher. Keith's eyes widened. Chantel's heart raced. Oh, F-. Keith covered his mouth with his hand and F. Chapter 46. Evan left for Hamlin City the next day. Their financial business had expanded across the country, slowly opening branches in various cities. That day was their groundbreaking ceremony. Evan had to be there and pretend to shovel some earth.
Sir,
Did you sleep at all? James asked, observing him. Chapter 47. Evan sucked in a breath. He raked his fingers through his hair and answered. I don't know. The truth was, he feared what would come out of the investigation. What if Chantel was already married? She may already have a child. To Evan, the unknown was less heartbreaking. Get me a sleeping pill. Chapter 48. Happy anniversary, Grandma and Amp Grandpa. Lucas greeted, carrying a cake early in the morning into the dining room. Behind him was his mother, Chantel. Happy anniversary, Mom and Dad. Chantel greeted. Both Chantel and Lucas kissed William and Eleanor on the cheek. Chantel then gave a nun. Chapter 49. Chantel was getting used to her new schedule. For the past 3 days, she had been bringing Lucas to school. She had a few hours to rest at home before waking up again to fetch her son, and then she would go straight to work. What she dreaded, however, was the coming weekend.
She was going to tea.
Chapter 50. Meanwhile, in one private suite at Worlington Hospital, the Thompsons had already settled in. Eric Thompson was connected to a heart monitor, resting in bed while his wife, Clara, noted instructions from the nurse. Dr. Hale will introduce you to the patients attending doctors tomorrow. Chapter 51. Evan's heart swelled with pride, seeing this different side of Chantel. This had always been her dream, and she finally achieved it. His ex-wife was now a doctor. Chantel looked more sophisticated. She was confident, and she commanded the nurses with conviction. She moved around the emerging. Chapter 52. Honestly, it wasn't in her place to care. She felt it was such a slap on her face that he would get the same wedding ring for him and Nicole. Of course, she considered how she could be wrong. It had been so long since she had removed her wedding ring. Perhaps her mind was playing tricks on her. Chapter 53. Hi. You must be new here. A girl wearing an elegant cocktail dress greeted Evan at the bar of their hotel accommodation. Instead of attending to his emails and resting for the night, he drank away his sorrows. Hearing the woman next to him, Evan raised his hand, showing off his wedding ring, say. Chapter 54. Shanty, I used to watch you as a child. Did you suddenly forget that? Clara said. Chantel felt her colleague's gaze landed on her. Her superior gave her that look. She knew exactly what Dr. Hale was thinking. Shanny. Finally Eric Thompson spoke. He forced himself to sit on the bed, puss. Chapter 55. What is it, Shanty? Tell us. Share with Uncle and Aunt, Clara pleaded. Chantel gave them another smile, saying, I will have another talk with you both, perhaps after the surgery? Why, Shanty, Clara pouted. You can talk to us anytime. We don't have to wait for the surgery dash.
Suddenly,
Chapter 56. Mommy, the weekend is coming, Lucas asked. His eyes gleamed when he turned to her in the car's back seat. Chantel faintly smiled and said, I know. Will you tell me about my daddy? Lucas thought. Yes, I will, she replied, but her heart raced at the thought. You might even meet him. Chapter 57. Are you and Nicole married? The question made Evan lean back. He sucked in a breath, realizing how the time had finally come. He looked her in the eye and outright said, No, I did not marry her, and I never intended to marry her. Then what's that ring on your finger?
She asked.
For a flea. Chapter 58. He went on, narrating his every effort, including how he slept overnight in the cemetery when Carrie's mother died. Shanty, I did everything possible, but Carrie's never told me where you were. Good afternoon. The restaurant server interrupted Evan's story, serving 2 plates of green salad. Chapter 59. Dr. Hale, can I take the rest of the day off? The school called. Lucas is sick. I need to make sure he is okay, Chantel asked, calling her superior. It's okay, Dr. Shant. You had come in for surgery before 5 in the morning. Just leave your work phone open in case we have an emergency. Chapter 60. He is yours. The words that Chantel said circled in Evan's head a few times. He could not move and simply stared at Chantel. Mommy? Who is he? He heard the young man's voice, and Evan turned to see. He met a pair of brown-colored eyes that were similar to his. He gulped with the realization. Chapter 61. Letting out another sigh, Chantel requested, Give me time to talk to Lucas, and I will tell you when you can see him. Because Evan took his time to respond, she added, Please, don't make this harder for me than it already is. I still need to explain your absence to my son. This is not easy for. Chapter 62. After helping Lucas take a lukewarm bath, Chantel dried his hair. Lucas was already in his pajamas, looking at the mirror with a sad expression. He weakly asked, What did you mean I'm his? The man from school? Chantel switched off the hair dryer and smiled at the mirror. She said, Let me tack. Chapter 63. At first, when you moved here, I was half-hearted. Evan is my friend, and I know how strange it was for me to pursue you, but over time, I could not help it. The more I spent time with you, the more I wanted to be with you, Keith continued. So, when you told me you were operating on Uncle Eric. Chapter 64. Shanty, dear. What did you and Evan talk about? He is not telling me anything. Sometimes he smiled, and sometimes he returned to his gloomy self again. What went on with your conversation yesterday? Clara asked while Chantel was checking on Eric inside the ICU. Eric Thompson was still sedated. Chapter 65. Adrian and Max are my best friends in school, Lucas defined with gleaming eyes. We have lunch together. But sometimes I avoid Max when it's snack time. He has crackers for snacks always. He often asks to try my sandwich, but I like my sandwich. I don't want to give him some, Lucas said Will. Chapter 66. While Evan was trying to convince Chantel to spend more time with Lucas, back in Rose Hills, Keith went straight to his favorite club, ready to drown his sorrows. Keith was ushered into his usual seat. Typically, he would go out with his friends, Sean, Wendell, and sometimes Evan, but not T. Chapter 67. Does Shani have feelings for Evan? Carice repeated the question. She shook her head and replied to Keith. To be honest, I don't know. Shanti seemed to shut her emotions when it came to Evan. Whenever I mention his name, she appears like she heard nothing or just hum. I can't tell if she is in. Chapter 68. Chantel let out a heavy sigh. She had been holding her phone up for almost a minute. Shanti, it's just a phone number, Evan said. You'll need to get in touch with me for our son, Lucas. Evan, I will not entertain calls that do not involve my son. So do not get any wild ideas, Chantel CL. Chapter 69. The transfer to the new room was seamless. Eric was amazed by how the hospital staff moved his body without discomfort. He smiled brightly at a new space, which was huge and brighter. Now, this is more like it. Uncle, it's time to start getting up, Chantel ordered. Have you passed gas yet? Chapter 70. Daddy, over there. Lucas' eyes were wide open, his arms stretching to reach for the apple he found. He was sitting on top of Evan's shoulders, leaning closer to the tree. Almost there, Daddy. Move closer, Lucas ordered. Evan blended with the tree leaves to give Lucas his chance to grab the A. Chapter 71. I don't know. You did not hurt me, but if you hurt Mommy again, I will be mad, Lucas said, his arms crossed against his chest. I won't hurt your mommy again. I have learned my lesson. Evan promised. I love your mommy, and I love you, son. Evan saw how Lucas' eyes were watering.
He called hi.
Chapter 72. Just who is this man pleading before her? Chantel did not recognize him. In fact, his whole arrival and approach to everything had been a complete surprise to her. First, he told her he loved her and had gone around looking for her. Second, he did not retort over the fact that she had hidden Luke. Chapter 73. Chantel ultimately took a deep breath with her eyes shut. It appeared to Evan that she was bracing herself. When she opened her eyes, she clearly and slowly answered, I don't, Evan. I don't love you anymore. There was not a hint of emotion in her tone. She wasn't angry or nervous. Chapter 74. Grandpa, let me help you get up, Lucas offered, guiding Eric to the dining table of their hotel suite. To Eric's other side, a nurse aide held Eric around his waist. My sweet little boy, Eric remarked, caressing Lucas' head. Thank you for taking care of Grandpa. It had been 3 days. Chapter 75. I am preparing food so my good doctor can give me proper advice, he responded.
Bon appétit.
Chantal further glowered at Evan, but her stomach grumbled again. He smiled. Her mouth twitched. Her stomach growled again. The hell? Her stomach wasn't cooperating with her. She wound up Edie. Chapter 76. Are you sure you are okay? Chantal asked as she lifted Evan's shirt from the back. There was a big red mark above his hip, suggesting blood had pooled in that area, forming a nasty bruise. Not only that, he had scratched his forehead and he admitted to hurting his arm.
I've fine.
I protected. Chapter 77. That's me. Are you sure you can manage? She asked. Positive, Evan replied. Chantal quickly ordered Evan's discharge with pain medications and anti-inflammatories. She instructed the nurses in the ER to have Evan ushered in a wheelchair before finally leaving the emergency room.
Sir.
Chapter 78. 3 days had passed since the motorbike incident. The hospital administration strengthened its security around the facility and reported the same to the authorities. Unfortunately, the motorbike had used fake plates, and the police could not trace the vehicle's owner. Thus, the purpose of the ad. Chapter 79. Evan, good morning.
Hope you had some rest.
Mother says hi, and she misses you. Chantal read Evan's message. It included a picture of Clara and Eric having breakfast at the old Thompsons' mansion. It made her smile, thinking how many times she had spent at the same house. She typed her reply. Chapter 80. Daddy, I really miss you. When are you coming back? Lucas said, his body turned sideways on his bed, refusing to give Chantal her phone. Like every other night since Evan left, he and Lucas spoke until 9. That night, however, Chantal was already feeling sleepy. She said to Evan, Chapter 81. Dad, please, Chantal begged.
I'm not doing this for me. I swear.
I don't plan to be involved with Evan in that way. This is all for Lucas. The day finally came for Chantal to have that talk with her parents. After arriving from their long vacation, Lucas spilled the beans before Chantal see. Chapter 82. I share my snacks with Max now, Daddy, and you were right. It feels good to share,
Lucas said.
That's good, Lucas. Remember, it is dash. Better to give than to receive. Lucas finished for Evan and they both smiled. Attaboy, Evan remarked, making a mess of Lucas' hair. After the appetize. Chapter 83. It wasn't just about the divorce, Evan, William said. You never spoke to me, to Eleanor. Weren't we family friends? Wasn't Shanty the same girl you had looked after when you were in high school? All that was thrown away. All because of your marriage. You have to admit it, that arranged Maria. Chapter 84. William did not answer at first. He returned to recheck the photos until he suggested, This still doesn't convince me of your sincerity towards my daughter, Evan Dash. I'll keep proving my sincerity, Evan responded with conviction in his tone. And this still doesn't change the fact that it will. Chapter 85. Chantal looked away, but was already feeling uncomfortable, her ears feeling warm. She and Evan had walked into the doorway, holding hands. Thanks to Lucas, constantly staring at their hands. It gave her mixed emotions, the kind that Chantal did not want to entertain. Evan, on the other hand, Chapter 86. Yes, I remember I had that especially made for Shanty, William added. The evergreen maze? Evan saw it. Yes, it's still there in the backyard. I just had it trimmed. Lucas would love it. Wow, Mommy, I love it here already. So, when are we moving?
Lucas said outright.
It wasn't just the thou. Chapter 87. The healing is good, Uncle. Don't stress too much. Normally, it will take up to 6 weeks to heal from an open heart surgery, Chantal said after checking Eric's chest wound. You must have received detailed instructions from your cardiologist. Maintain your medication and keep monitoring your H. Chapter 88. Seeing her father go, Chantal glanced at Keith. Since their awkward talk about his feelings, she had reluctantly answered his calls. She did a few times, out of respect. He also called concerning insurance coverage, in which she had no choice but to take the call. She asked, "How are you?"
B.
Chapter 89. Daddy. Outside the Scots' home, Lucas ran to Evan, and his father carried him in his arms. "Sorry I'm late, Lucas. I got stuck with work, but I still made it," Evan said. He looked at his watch and confirmed he still had an hour before dinner time. He whispered to Lucas, "Where is your mommy?" Chapter 90. What the dash, Keith glowered. This time, Evan smirked at Keith. Chantel's eyes rounded. Next, Miguel opened the box of chocolate truffles. He tasted one, and then another. After which, he suggested, "But how would we know if the rest don't have poison?" Miguel ended up eating half of each true. Chapter 91. Mr. Morgan, this is Dr. Shant from the Worlington Hospital. She would be happy to share the facility's achievements when it comes to chest surgeries. Keith proudly introduced Chantel to Worlington's mayor, Frank Morgan. Frank Morgan was a young mayor. He took the seat at 35 Will. Chapter 92. The room she was invited to was at the end of a hallway. She had to walk about 20 meters to reach where Keith was standing. Chantel had already taken several steps when she suddenly felt an arm around her waist, a hand covering her mouth with a cloth. She saw the lady speaking. Chapter 93. Chantel woke up, choking at the feel of the smoke entering her lungs. When she opened her eyes, she was shocked to see the vapor slip through the door. "Shanty, Shanty, where are you?" She heard Evan call. He was coughing and calling out her name, making her realize he was close. "Evan! Evan!" Chapter 94. Chantel sucked in a breath. Her lips trembled as she replied, But this will leave a permanent scar. Not even surgery can completely cover this kind of scar. What's important is that you are safe. I'm afraid it would have been too late if we had waited for the firemen." He shut his eyes. Chapter 95. Sir Irwin, we would just like to know the condition of the last organ donor, Chantel asked. With what happened to Chantel, Worlington Hospital requested a meeting with the organ center. The organization's assistant administrator, Irwin, came to entertain their queries. What's the use of A? Chapter 96. I'm happy to know my friend thinks I am appealing, Evan gladly remarked, making Chantel squint. That wasn't her point at all. She pressed his wounds again, and Evan hissed. Careful, friend. Careful there. Which part of your skin did they use to cover your arm? Chantel inquired. That was. Chapter 97. Dr. Shant, we have a patient that may require an artificial heart transplant, a nurse reported to Chantel in her office. She looked at the nurse and asked, Artificial? Who is the patient? Brianna West, the nurse said, her face forming a sneer. Chantel gasped. Brianna West's admission. Chapter 98. It hurt like hell. To think she meant to grow her career in Worlington, and she considered the staff her second family. Do you have any questions? Dr. Wester asked, his face showing no signs of care. Just like that? You're going to let us go just like that? Chantel said in anger, her V. Chapter 99. Let me, Shanty, Evan offered. No, let me, Keith proposed. Both Keith's and Evan's eyes narrowed at each other as if letting out laser beams. They still had not settled their issues, but when it came to Chantel, they worked together. They had both offered to help Chantel carry out a box O. Chapter 100. You sure had it made, Keith added. Evan found himself leaning back, simply studying Keith. Soon he said, Thank you for looking out for Shanty and Lucas all those years, but it still doesn't change the fact that you deprived me of my son and lied to me. Keith looked down and replied, I though. Chapter 101. Earlier that day, at Worlington Hospital, Dr. Hale was notified of a heart arriving. Dr. Park prepared the operating room. What surprised Dr. Hale was how the organ center did not call him. He wondered, so who was notified? Was there a bypass in the hierarchy? His job was to walk Dr. Chapter 102. Curries? Chantel said, seeing her best friend arrive at the doorway of their old mansion. She leaned back and asked, How did you know? That you are here? Curries replied. Keith told me. Chantel smiled weakly and embraced her friend, saying, We are having a picnic lunch. Why don't? Chapter 103. The next day, Evan came in the evening as promised. He was putting Lucas to bed when his son asked, "Daddy, why can't we live in the same house? Do you have to leave for tonight?" "Yes, son. I have to," Evan answered. "For us to live in the same house, your mommy has to love Daddy back." Mommy St. Chapter 104. Evan signed the documents before him and went about his day's first meeting. Stepping outside his office, James advised, "Your first appointment is ready. It's Mr. Jason Turner and his daughter, Jessica. They had also requested your father's presence, but I know it wasn't wise, so I sugs." Chapter 105. My clients were humiliated. Your hospital purposely circulated a letter via email suggesting that Dr. Shant and Dr. Scott were dismissed due to political gains, the lead counsel firmly said. She gave the opposing lawyer copies of the said email and added, "We want $5 million as co." Chapter 106.
Oh.
Scarlett quickly retreated her hand, saying, "My apologies, Mr. Thompson. I forgot. Though, I have seen you hold Dr. Scott dash. She's the only exception to the rule," Evan said coldly. "Oh." Scarlett chuckled. "You remind me of my brother-in-law." She winked at Chantel and said, "He." Chapter 107. Immediately the next day, Evan purposely ended his work early. He had been waiting for the opportunity to take Chantel out for months, and this was his moment. After she said yes, he did not wait another day, another week, and definitely not another month. Fortunately, it was the right season for. Chapter 108. Evan walked toward Chantel and offered his hand again. He said to her, "Better than old times." Chantel studied his hand for a second, but then she took it, responding, "I suppose." Evan and Chantel walked along the shores holding hands, sometimes submerging their feet into the water. Just tea. Chapter 109. Evan thought he was dreaming when Chantel called his name.
He was too exhausted.
Evan couldn't tell if it was real. He wanted to fall into a deep slumber, but out of nowhere, he felt soft lips against his. His eyes opened, feeling the drumming of his heart. He could not believe what he had just. Chapter 110. He kept at it, pecking and pecking. In each second that passed, his mouth parted further, and so did Chantel's. As their kisses grew demanding, Evan's hand slowly climbed up to the back of Chantel's neck, his other arms circling her waist. As for Chantel, her hands also crawled up to his cheese. Chapter 111. Chantel arrived at the new Heart and Lung Center before noon. Her father was appointed as the center's head administrator. Thus, William had some last-minute preparations before the tour. After helping William inspect specific parts of the building, she waited in the lobby where the tour was to. Chapter 112. Chantel could not help but feel important. During their marriage, she followed Evan around, but now it seemed like the tables had turned. Chantel thought it felt good to be treated like a queen, and she was the center of the king's attention. A king. That was Evan in Rose Hills. Shanty.
Oh.
Chapter 113. Following Lucas' question, Chantel turned to Evan for help, but the man said to their son, "That's entirely up to your mommy." Chantel's mouth fell open as she glared at Evan. "Great, so much for the help. Please, mommy.
Please.
I want a brother, and then a sister, and then a brother again." Chapter 114. To cook and impress, he told Lucas about his plan. His son was excited to help him, and they agreed to be in the kitchen at 6 in the morning. That day, Evan left the villa at 5, bringing bags of ingredients for breakfast. Aside from the pancake, Evan had baked an egg casserole. Now he's simple. Chapter 115. "So, where are we going? How are you going to wow me?" Chantel asked as she got comfortable on a leather seat. "How much did you pay for this flight? This is really posh." Right after breakfast, Evan and Chantel left for the airport. Miguel and Andy came with them as part of their security. Chapter 116. Chantel only chuckled. She held the flower with care and replied, "Yes, soon we will have a plantation of sunflowers. Next time you give me tulips, include the bulbs so we can plant them. Mother is now considering getting into the flower business, thanks to you. Tulips plus bulbs, got it, Eva." Chapter 117. No one else mattered, because only Evan and Chantel were present at the restaurant within the Eiffel Tower. The couple relished in delectable dishes, making Chantel moan with each bite. It just melts in your mouth, Chantel said. As she relished the flavor of her food, she remarked. Chapter 118. Shani, do you know why they say a kiss on top of a Ferris wheel holds a significant meaning? Evan saw it, his eyes showing complete adoration for Chantel, his frame moving closer.
No, Santella softly replied.
Seeing how Evan was now looking steadily at her lips, she asked, Why don't you tea? Chapter 119. Chantel's eyes fluttered. Her heart was in a panic, reading those words. Marriage. After returning to her senses, she saw Evan holding up an engagement ring for her. It was a beautiful sapphire ring. During their last marriage, she never had an engagement ring from Evan. That was because Eric. Chapter 120. There was a moment of silence, with Evan merely taking deep breaths. Eventually he answered, I can live with that. At least I can formally call you mine. I will insist on calling you my wife, though. Chantel thought about it and then responded, Fine by me. I'll definitely claim it. Chapter 121. Are you okay, Lucas? Chantel asked while combing her fingers through her son's hair. Lucas nodded, saying, Yeah, I'm just tired. Tired? From the party last night? Chantel asked. A yawn escaped Lucas' lips as he shut his eyes while lying in bed. He said, Yeah, Mommy. I think so. Chapter 122. Don't worry. Scarlett got the military as her security instead. Plus, her family is putting pressure on the Morgans. Then, with Keith's influence and mine, they are cowering over these threats, Evan assured her. Honestly, Evan admitted. I was doubtful if I could handle the Morgans, but with T. Chapter 123. My name is Jessica Turner, age 28, and I am a licensed civil engineer. I don't know why you need my IQ, but my score is 129. I am the only daughter of the Turner family here in Rose Hills. We are in the realty business, and currently, I am a project manager of the co. Chapter 124. Walking into the heart and lung center the next day, Chantel felt eyes on her. Wherever she went, whether during her consultation hours or discussing with the other doctors about their patients, someone always gave her that worried look. It was only until mid-afternoon that her father's assistant. Chapter 125. Chantel thought about it. When did she last use her social media? She can't even remember. Yes, she was too busy with her life. She did not have the time to go to the internet and put her pictures there. I don't need to prove anything, Ina, Chantel pointed out. It's not about proving your. Chapter 126. The truth was Chantel had an awakening. While Evan had hurt her in the past and knew she needed to guard her heart, she also realized many women wanted to be with him. And these women weren't just average. She recalled the names Carice had given her 2 nights back. She was shocked to learn who. Chapter 127. Chantel threw her head back and heaved. Evan's hand cupped her breast, and it felt so damn good. Evan only touched the outside of her blouse, yet her body was already sent into a sea of pleasure. Next, she felt Evan's lips on her neck, pecking and sucking her skin, which made her shiver in sadness. Chapter 128. After pleasuring Chantel, Evan climbed back up to kiss her, and they did so passionately. Seconds went by, and Evan's gaze returned to her core. His eyes were yet again filled with desire. He was about to sit up and remove his trousers when Chantel stopped him, saying, No, I want to kiss. Chapter 129. Because Evan wasn't satisfied, feeling Chantel's soft skin, he urged her to take a shower with him. As they did, they kissed and groped each other's bodies. After the bathroom, Evan carried Chantel back into the bed and lay her gently on the sheets. He eagerly covered her mouth, assaulting it. Chapter 130. Before Evan returned to her life, Chantel would simply busy herself with work, but the center was still new, and surgeries were still being scheduled. Chantel admittedly had the free time to think about Evan intimately, especially after missing him for a few days. I'll have my period in 2 days. Chapter 131. Shanti. Where are you? Shani, come back. Please. Evan's dream startled Chantel. His hold around her waist tightened, and her naked body was pressed against him. Evan. Evan. Chantel called, waking him. Evan, I'm here. Evan jerked awake, his eyes rounding while his breathing hitched. Chapter 132. I wasn't sure if you'd want these since they are old, Evan described. Fashion styles always come back every few years. Some of these will return a trend, Chantel suggested. Some designs can be timeless. She turned to Evan and kissed his lips, saying, "I love them." He kissed back, asking. Chapter 133. This is where your mommy used to cook, Evan described, taking Lucas to the kitchen. Your mommy always loved putting things in order. Walking back into the living room, Evan pointed to the furniture. Your mommy bought these. Evan was giving Lucas a tour of the entire villa. Chantel follow. Chapter 134. Evan also found time to have a hand-painting session in the afternoon. Howard had bought large papers and oil paints from the nearby bookstore, and the family of three indulged, coloring the paper with their fingerprints. After they were done imprinting the paper, Chantel suddenly smudged Evan's. Chapter 135. The Thompson Group of Companies CEO, Evan Thompson, is already off the market. A full 5 spread of Cell magazine featured happy photos and an interview with the great CEO. In that interview, Mr. Thompson admits to being in love with the same woman for many years. Mr. Thompson also confirmed. Chapter 136. Wifey, you've met Attorney Scarlett. This is her husband, Caleb Wright, the CEO of the Diamond Hotels and my soon-to-be business partner. Evan presented after meeting Scarlett's family at the Intercontinental Hotel's Grand Ballroom. The Wrights had already settled at one table with their kids. SC. Chapter 137. What? Chantel asked, utterly bemused. Sarah Kate. Yes, Sarah Kate. My sister designed the dress you are wearing, Caleb revealed proudly. Sarah Kate is my twin. Chantel leaned back in her seat. She figured the designer Sarah Kate must have carried her married name. She clarified, Sarah. Chapter 138. In the middle of eating dinner, Jessica's eyes narrowed at Chantel. Jealousy completely filled her heart. Everywhere Chantel turned, the people gave her a smile. They respected her because she was Evan's partner, whatever was her relationship with Evan. They were already divorced, but they call. Chapter 139. You're going to be okay, Miss Turner. Don't worry. We are trained to cover trauma wounds such as this, said one security. Trust me, this loss of blood is only minimal. Chantel and Miguel also arrived at the ballroom entrance. Everyone saw how Jessica was bleeding in the arm. A knife was stuck. Chapter 140. The police eventually arrived, but because Evan was Evan, they agreed to evaluate both sides before taking anyone for questioning. Evan wanted to take the discussion in the other ballroom, but Chantel said, No, let everyone who has come out here stay. Chantel glanced at those who had earlier. Chapter 141. Just then, James returned with a laptop and a speaker. He placed it at the table meant to be the receiving area for the event. Seeing how they were ready to fry the Turners, Evan stood up and said, But let's not waste any more of our precious time, because we have a party to attend. Evan glowered. Chapter 142. Mr. Thompson, please. Please have mercy. Jessica begged as the police dragged her in the lift's direction. She looked at the man one last time, but Evan gave no response. He only stood distantly while holding Chantel's hand. Jessica reminded Evan of Nicole. When Nicole was Melody back in HIG. Chapter 143. Coincidentally, when Chantel danced with Keith, the female vocalist sang a song somewhat related to their situation, a one-sided love. That's awkward, Keith remarked. Still, he held Chantel by the waist, and they began to sway to the music. Chantel saw Carice glancing their way while SH. Chapter 144. Have you noticed how he is easily tired lately? Evan asked while carrying Lucas into his designated room within the villa. Lucas and Chantel were staying 2 nights with Evan that weekend. He used to wait up for me, no matter how late I visited your house. Upon entering, Chantel immediately. Chapter 145. I signed it, she said out loud. Evan replied inside the bathroom. Okay, I'll take it back after I shower. Where? To your study? I can put it there, Chantel said. There was a moment of silence, but eventually Evan replied, Okay, you know where the safe is. Chantel walked into the B. Chapter 146. It was the way Evan held her, the way his lips came in contact with her neck, that made the butterflies in her stomach go wild. More than just that ticklish feeling, she sensed thrilling electricity running down her spine, and she moaned. He teased. A smirk formed on his face as he Chapter 147. What did you and Keith talk about?
Cerise asked on the phone.
While Chantel was choosing clothes to wear, she received a call from her friend, and this was the first thing Cerise asked when she picked up the call. What did we talk about?
Why?
Chantel asked back. It's just that he never. Chapter 148. So when Evan tried the chicken himself, he fell silent and decided to cook bacon and eggs. In the end, they had a regular breakfast meal. So much for his specialty chicken. Lucas, who was next to Evan, laughed with his mother. He said, Daddy is so silly. I am a billionaire CEO. They say I am T. Chapter 149. Jason Turner has agreed to meet for a settlement, Scarlett, Evan's attorney, reported. He said he will be ready on Monday. Will that be okay with you and your husband? Evan asked on the phone. Yes, it's fine. We can wait, Scarlett replied. The kids are still on school break. We were Taki. Chapter 150. $10 million and that's a deal, Evan curtly said in front of Jason Turner. But Jason groaned, thinking about his losses. His attorneys also tried to reason with Evan and Scarlett. However, Scarlett, Evan's attorney, opposed it, saying, Then, we will go to court.
Trust me when I say.
Chapter 151. Lucas received his blood transfusion in the evening, and in the morning, the couple finally got to speak with their son's doctor. Dr. Patel was very jolly when he entered the room. He greeted Lucas with a smile and said, Good boy, Lucas. Your blood cells have improved.
Did you eat a lot of BEA?
Chapter 152. Mrs. Shaw. I'm home, Lucas happily announced as he entered the villa. I'm so happy to see you, Lucas. Mrs. Shaw replied. Mommy and Daddy said we will live together now. Isn't it great? Lucas cheerfully said. While Lucas and Mrs. Shaw chatted, Evan whispered to Chantel, He looks better. Chapter 153. William cleared his throat to divert everyone's attention and said, Mind has power over our body. Our mindset can be our greatest healer. Let's all keep influencing Lucas with positivity. Keep him happy always. So, I think it is a good idea to stay as a family. Lucas began tiring himself. Always why? Chapter 154. I am just stapling the upper right lobes. Prepare to remove the affected lung. Chantel instructed her team as her eyes were fixed on the console of the robotic surgery. She was operating on a patient with lung cancer, cutting a portion of the patient's lung with a tumor. Seeing her patient's Chapter 155. She found herself staring at the ovulation medication, one that she had secured last week while visiting a fertility doctor with Evan. She hissed and said, This is all your fault. Finally, she decided to satisfy her craving. After calling Andy to pick her up, she ordered food at the nearby rest. Chapter 156. Tell me the truth, Evan. Did Miss Cartera get to touch you? Chantel had not seen this woman, but again, this mystery lady tried to catch Evan's attention, and it did not sit well with her. Was Jessica not a lesson for everyone? With Lucas' condition, she and Evan were taking it further into the Chapter 157. Books. Lucas asked after opening his gift. It came in a huge box, and he was surprised to see how they were all related to math. Not just any books. These are all hardbound, fully customized math books. Look, it has your name on them. It includes math tables, mastery activities, and Summit. Chapter 158. From a friend who has seen Evan in his worst days, Shanti, I want to thank you for giving Evan a chance, Wendell said. He won't hurt you again, I'm sure of it. Because if he does, I'll be the first to punch his face. And me. Sean offered. I'll definitely break his nose. Evan will lose his. Chapter 159. Are you sure you made this trip safe for Lucas? Chantel asked, worried for their son to be out in public. James booked the entire resort, Evan explained. It's a private island with very little staff. I instructed the manager that all employees should wear masks. I had also asked that no one. Chapter 160. Sounds exciting, Daddy, Lucas exclaimed. Soon, with everyone watching the drones, the show began. By batch, the drones flew up in the night sky.
Wow.
It's so cool, Lucas commented, his eyes sparkling at the lights, taking shapes. In the sky, the drones started forming boxes in different sea. Chapter 161. Lights danced in the night on the private island resort. Drones formed red hearts above Evan and Chantel, making them the center of attention. While holding an engagement ring up to Chantel, Evan was nervous. He said, "Marry me, Shanty." He appeared to be smiling, but deep inside, his heart was. Chapter 162. Another whiff of that expensive cheese, Chantel heaved. She heaved and heaved, alarming Evan and Lucas. "Shanty, what's wrong?" Evan asked. His brows repeatedly met, trying to soothe Chantel. Chantel, on the other hand, tried to hold it in. She covered her mouth and walked back. She made H. Chapter 163. "Daddy, I'll allow you to cradle me just once," Lucas said. Evan laughed at Lucas' offer. He replied, "You are too late, buddy. I have cradled you far too long. You forget how you had fallen asleep on some of our trips." He raised his arms into a cradling position, saying, "Like this." Ha.
How?
Chapter 164. "I'm not sleepy at all," Evan said while pecking at Chantel's head. The couple was lying on their bed, waiting for the time to pass. Chantel was resting on Evan's chest, her hand across her torso. She then glanced at Evan's arm and ran her hand down his forearm. She said, "Let's get your comper." Chapter 165. Okay. Okay, Evan replied. He pecked Chantel's head and said, "Good night, wifey. I love you." "I love you, Evan." "Good night," Chantel responded. "I'm hard again," Evan teased. "I did not hear that." "I'm already sleeping," Chantel said, leaving Evan chuckling. The next day, everyone d. Chapter 166. Chantel was lying down in a hospital bed, staring at the monitor. She held Evan's hand from one side as she counted 2 amniotic sacs. She wasn't a gynecologist, but she knew what those round things meant. She and Evan were having 2 babies. "I'm not sure what we are looking at, Dr. Willis." Chapter 167. Oh, the doctor finally realized, and Tamara eyed the couple. Chantel flushed profusely. "I'm sorry. I should have read between the lines." "The common questions of couples," Dr. Willis said. "How often do you have sex?" Evan replied, "At least twice a day." "A week," Chantel contradicted. Chapter 168. When Chantel entered Evan's office, she was surprised to see a lady. Before she could react, however, she noticed that Caleb Wright was there, Evan's new business partner. "Wifey, you finally made it," Evan said. He stood up and introduced, "This is the designer for your wedding gown, Chantel." Chapter 169. She winked at Chantel, adding, "It's all about trust and communication, and the more you spend time with each other, the more love grows. I heard Mr. Thompson is famous in Rose Hills, but good for you, you are also a prominent doctor." "Thank you, but I am rebuilding my name as of now. A probable." Chapter 170. Good morning, fellow doctors. I am Dr. Shant, and I am here to discuss medicine's new advancement, the robotic-assisted surgery by Lovewell, Chantel said in front of a crowd of doctors. The makers of the robotic surgery, Lovewell, tapped St. Dominique's Heart and Lung Center to promote the Chapter 171. Chantel explained, "I posted charts in his room, which included the kinds of food he should eat to keep a healthy cell production." "Wonderful," Dr. Patel exclaimed. "It's great to have a doctor for a mom." Lucas laughed and claimed, "The best mom. And Daddy cooks my broccoli. Does he now?" Chapter 172. Lucas showed remarkable improvement after his antibodies infusion. His blood counts went above average in less than a week following his discharge. The increase in his white blood cells was a given due to his added antibodies, but remarkably his red blood cells also increased. Thus, the couple was H. Chapter 173. Chantel immediately smiled at her, knowing where Emma was working. She responded, "It's nice to meet you. I hear many good things about the Lockwood Children's Hospital." Emma smiled and replied, "It's because of the hospital's owner. He finds ways to give charity to those who are struggling." Fina. Chapter 174. "Yes, Dr. Shant. Anything you'd like to share?" one of the speakers called, seeing Chantel raise her hand. On the second day of the conference, Chantel remained to amaze the doctors in her field. She was young, yet she wisely answered many of her co-surgeons' concerns. Standing up, she PR. Chapter 175. "What's going on here? There seems to be a happy gathering," Dr. Winona said with a beaming smile. She later learned that Millet had just announced her engagement, seeing how Millet flashed her engagement ring. Dr. Winona said, "Wow, I know this ring. I happen to be a jewelry expert."
Haha. And?
Chapter 176. On day 3 of the Congress, Chantel did not have any luck. Because she and Evan spoke late in the evening, debating about her apparently expensive engagement ring, she woke up late. She regretfully joined the table of Dr. Millet, Dr. Penelope, Dr. Emma, and Dr. Gina. There were new. Chapter 177. "I think so," Penelope encouraged. Gina followed Evan's gaze and could swear he was looking at Chantel. She was bemused. She replied to Emma, "I don't think so, Emma." Soon, Evan made it up to the stage. He took the stand and welcomed everybody, saying, "Good afternoon, doctors. It is my honor to." Chapter 178. From their original plan, Evan and Chantel would meet outside the conference hall, and he would sit in with her during the awarding. The request for him to help present the prizes came at the last minute. When Evan arrived, he did not know how his wife would introduce him. He could confidently see. Chapter 179. "We're sorry for the show, but it seems my wife misses me so much that she asked for a kiss. And that's fine because I miss her madly too," Evan reasoned. He turned to Chantel and was reminded of the 2 medallions around her neck. He said, "I am proud of my wife's achievements and honesty." Since. Chapter 180. "Mr. Thompson, please don't get mad." Penelope backed up her friend. "As a responsible person, Millet thought you should know about Chantel's history." Millet nodded, explaining to Evan, "Chantel and we go to the same medical school back in Worlington. At first, she claimed she was single." Chapter 181. Opening her mouth, she was this close to letting the words out when Emma called Chantel's name. "Dr. Shant." Chantel had to excuse herself from Evan, and it was back at the round table where Emma spoke to her. She said, "I'm so sorry, Dr. Shant. I even suggested that you date one of our D." Chapter 182. Chantel felt guilty as she made it in the direction of Evan's office. She repeatedly took deep breaths, trying to compose herself. It was because her core tingled with excitement, especially with the thought of Evan licking her clit. When people glanced their way, she faked an elegant smile. But. Chapter 183. Chantel allowed the tip of his shaft to poke her cheek from the inside. The sight of it stirred Evan, especially how his mushroom tip formed a shape on her cheek. "Fuck, I love it. I love my wife, and I love how you eat me, wifey." Evan gathered her hair into his palm and watched Chantel as she. Chapter 184. 5 a.m., Rose Hills. At dawn, the Heart and Lung Center called Chantel for an emergency surgery. A stab wound patient was admitted to St. Dominique's Heart and Lung Center, and the surgeon in charge needed a second consultant. Chantel arrived at the emergency room and found a young man grow. Chapter 185. Chantel frowned and fished through her brain. She replied, December because of the holidays?" "No, Mommy, it's February. It's the shortest month." Lucas answered, and he laughed again. "Did your daddy teach you this?" Chantel asked. "He did. Daddy gave me a book about jokes and riddles." Chapter 186. "Wow, I can't believe this. It's amazing. You did a good job." Chantel complimented the wedding planner, named Mona. She came to the villa with her assistant to give her and Evan a rundown of the wedding flow. They were settled in Evan's study, with Evan safely standing behind Chantel and Keepin. Chapter 187. After finalizing the guest lists, Evan took Chantel and Lucas out for a surprise. They drove an hour from the villa to another community closer to the Thompsons' residence. It was far from Evan's company and the Heart and Lung Center, but the neighborhood had clean streets, good lighting, and... Chapter 188. The Royal Grand Convention covered 45,000 square feet in size. Convention Halls 1 and 2 were connected, accommodating most guests. Convention Hall 3 was strictly for direct families and close friends only. Convention Hall 1 was the entrance to the wedding venue. It had rows. Chapter 189. But it was Evan who called me to attend the wedding. It didn't sound like he was forced, Davy Scott said. How do you think he gave us the accommodation at the finest hotel? Chantel's relatives were baffled altogether. They were all eager to see how the couple would act around each other during. Chapter 190. Chantel held a bouquet of sapphire-colored roses. Gems and golden jewelry adorned the flowers. It matched well with the sapphire gem necklace around her neck and finger. Over her head was a small golden crown fit for a queen. She was covered with a veil that sparkled against the dim venue and tea. Chapter 191. To her, Evan also looked ravishing in his custom-made sapphire suit. She thought it was great that he opened his jacket to show off his blue vest instead of only wearing a white shirt underneath. His suit fit him well, emphasizing his broad shoulders. His trousers hugged his long legs nicely. It flaw. Chapter 192. Shanty, you don't know the amount of joy I have in me right now, seeing you in front of me, marrying me again. Evan paused. He smiled at Chantel and returned to the paper in his hand. I feel fortunate for the second chance to love and feel loved. Every day, I thank the heavens for bringing me be. Chapter 193. Evan was utterly taken aback by what Chantel admitted. He felt his chest congesting and his knees weakening. Evan wound up hugging Chantel, and he wept. He remembered the months after meeting his beloved again and realized how lucky he was. Chantel never gave her heart to anyone. It was only. Chapter 194. Oh, here are the bride and groom, the wedding planner, Mona said. Her eyebrows lifted, her head shaking in disbelief. She knew well that the couple had locked themselves in the dressing room before getting their retouch. This was the first time she arranged a wedding for a couple who were so horny. Chapter 195. Whenever he would catch a man staring at Chantel, Evan would hold her waist tighter and announce, "My beautiful wife. My wife." At one of his investors, who was ogling at his wife, the man warned, "Eyes on me, Mr. Rue." The couple eventually made it to the stage of Convention Hall 2, where. Chapter 196. Guys, the key to a spicy marriage is communication, Sarah Kate said to the girls. You must tell your man if they hit the right spot. As if in bed with her husband, she simulated, "That's it. Lick it right there, gently, faster, harder." You have to tease your men and keep the fire burning. And. Chapter 197. Just remember, Carlos added. A pregnant woman will do anything for her favorite snack. Aside from the cravings, they covered a few pieces of marital advice. Carlos said, surprise her often, whether at work or at home. Make sure she would never expect it. It will keep her smiling all day. Chapter 198. After this talk, Chantel might have another set of twins, Carice suggested. And so will my friends. Chantel's college friends, Felice and Celeste, were already married. Now, only Carice remained single. You all should share your babies with me, guys. I love those cute little babies, Car. Chapter 199. Lucas' eyes lit up. He excitedly talked about his favorite subjects. I love science, English, and math. I want to be a doctor someday like Mommy or a businessman like Daddy. That's so cool, Lily remarked. You want to be a doctor? I want to be a race car driver, an athlete, or a police officer.
Yo.
Chapter 200. The question took Keith aback. He knew he was bound to have this talk with her, but did not have the courage to ask. He was somewhat relieved that Carice brought it up first. Keith replied, Carice, what do you think? I've been practically living with you and paying for your apartment. That is no. Chapter 201. That made Carice's eyes widen, and she bit her lip. If anything, Keith had learned how her lip biting was a positive sign. With her arms crawling up to his chest, Carice softly asked, Keith, tell me, what exactly do you feel for me? Keith studied her face for seconds. He pecked her lips, and AF. Chapter 202. So, I love when you call unexpected. 'Cause I hate when the moment's expected. On Evans and Chantel's first night on their Caribbean cruise, they attended a sensual dance lesson at a private club where they swayed to the song, Earned It by the Weekend. It was part of their honeymoon package. Chapter 203. Chantel chuckled and answered, No, we don't. After putting the gel around Evan's size, she spread an excess gel down to his nuts. The man frowned, but he was gasping in pleasure. He said, I like it when you tease me like that. Chantel had taken out a strawberry-flavored oral gel. The smell. Chapter 204. Evan had just come, but he was still stiff as a rod. He didn't need any Viagra. All he needed was his wife. Shanti, and Shanti alone was his obsession, addiction, and the only woman who could satisfy his needs. He watched as Chantel seductively raised her ass and gracefully sat on him.
She ground.
Chapter 205. Shanti, you and Evan should get some sleep, Eleanor said, observing the time. Well, I was hungry, and while I was taking my midnight snack, I thought of checking on Lucas, Chantel reasoned. They were on a cruise, and his signal was tough, but the ship had Wi-Fi that allowed them to connect. Chapter 206. Cruise Day 3.
Wifey, I'm sorry.
I didn't think they would serve canapes with anchovies. Evan massaged Chantel's back. I had them take back the compliments. They willingly made you some seafood ramen for free to soothe your stomach. The couple was about to start their dinner at the cruise. Chapter 207. The truth was, Chantel did not want to be bothered by them, but she also considered that Bridget needed to understand how she had nothing to do with Alan. With a sigh, Chantel replied, Okay, I agree. No one gets to talk to me that way. Thanks to the ramen, Chantel felt better. The warm so. Chapter 208. You try to steal my man, and all you can think of are those tarts. Bridget taunted. She was so full of rage, she did not analyze the situation appropriately. She turned to Alan and said, Were you meeting her here too? In front of my father? Bridget shifted her attention to the older man and Rev. Chapter 209. Sorry does not cut it. Evan yelled in Bridget's way. He demanded, You will have to pay for those tarts. Mr. Thompson, please. We apologize. I'm sure we can arrange something. This time, Hans Grant suggested. Speak to me, Chantel demanded as she returned to her seat. I hold. Chapter 210. During their last night on the cruise, the couple went stargazing on the ship's upper deck. Evan had booked a private area of one of the vessel's pool bars, where they enjoyed the view of the sky from sunset until the stars gleamed at night. So beautiful, Chantel remarked. It's so different. Chapter 211. No one has ever looked at it that way, Bridget added. Chantel and Evan looked at each other. Eventually, Chantel said, Then, they are not your true friends because true friends would not want you to keep suffering the same way over and over again. Value yourself, Bridget. Wake up and reel. Chapter 212. Following their honeymoon vacation, Chantel and Evan brought Lucas to the hospital for his regular laboratory tests. So far, Lucas has not shown any drop in blood count. There was little increase, but not enough to allow him to be in public. Lucas still had the same arrangements, staying indoors. Chapter 213. Crickets. All Chantel heard were crickets. What else could she do now? She saw no other option but to use her superpowers. She sucked a breath and loudly announced, Excuse me. I am Dr. Chantel Thompson, wife of Evan Thompson. Her voice echoed loudly across the cafe. Suddenly, everything still. Chapter 214. Mommy, I wish I could come with you. I want to see my brothers, Lucas said while chasing after Chantel and Evan in the driveway. The young man heard it was the day to learn the twins' gender. I'm sorry, honey, but you know kids aren't allowed in the hospital, even before you got sick, Shantae. Chapter 215. Sean, Wendell, and Keith laughed. Evan was the most affluent man in the city, but he was also adamant about taking advantage of his friend's wealth. Fortunately for Evan, his friends didn't mind knowing how Evan would give back when it was their turn to have kids. Does everyone have a cupcake? Chapter 216. Everyone had clips on their noses. They breathed through their mouths as the maids served the fruit Keith had brought from Maui. Apparently, the car that drove and carried Keith's surprise. Evan especially pinched his nose stronger before saying, Durian. Your special surprise for us is durian. Chapter 217. James took the video of Evan catching the durian. In that video, Evan was still in his expensive suit. He effectively caught each fruit as a sack cloaked around it. He said to the video, See this, wifey? I did this all for you. Don't be upset now. I'm coming back with lots of durians. Before leave. Chapter 218. 2 months passed. At 27 weeks, Chantel's stomach looked like she was about to give birth. However, since she had twins, it was normal for her belly to grow like a watermelon at that point. Chantel struggled as she exited the car with Evan, her hand carrying her tummy's weight.
She.
Chapter 219. Keith ignored the frowns of the Mitchells and held Cerise, urging her to stand with him instead. To everyone, he introduced, "This is Cerise Myers, and she is my girlfriend. I've been linked to many women, but only Cerise has made me consider settling down. I would rather marry her than any other W." Chapter 220.
Keith.
"What are you waiting for? Let's leave this house," Evan ordered. He carefully guided his wife away from her seat. When he noticed Keith's puzzled expression, he repeated, "Let's go, Keith." "Evan, did you not hear me? Keith betrayed you," Charles reminded. "He made sure you suffered all though." Chapter 221. Keith, "I just don't want us to be enemies." Evan pointed with his hand, saying, "I want you to be happy because I have a selfish reason to make you happy. If you are happy with Cerise, then I am comforted that you will never be my rival with Shandy. Should I get mad at you? I am damn mad right in." Chapter 222. Keith adjusted his seat, pushing it back to give themselves a better room. As soon as Cerise hopped in with him, she straddled his lap. Next, her lips crashed into his, and they readily indulged in a passionate kiss, their tongues intertwined in no time. "Move your hips, babe," Keith instructed WHI. Chapter 223. There was an added thrill of having sex in Evan's driveway, knowing the place was not theirs from the start.
Ah.
Keith. When Cerise called his name, Keith felt her arms. She had bumps forming and knew she was already coming. He held her waist and aided her with the pumping. He thrust upward. Chapter 224. 2 weeks had passed since the incident at the Hendersons' mansion. Keith walked into a meeting room at Prima Medcare. It was a session requested by his father, Charles. Keith shook his head, knowing the reasons for the meeting. Unfortunately for Keith, his father still held authority, owning 10. Chapter 225. The shareholders' eyes gleamed upon hearing the news. If the biggest corporation in the country were to use Prima Medcare, they would all be settled for life. "The Right Diamond Corporation in Brayton?" Charles asked, bemused. "The new Diamond Hotel here in Rose Hills is a partnership between me." Chapter 226. Within the meeting room of Prima Medcare, Evan and Keith were in a serious conversation about the plan to propose to Cerise. "What if Cerise says no?"
Keith asked.
"Then try again. Shandy did not say yes the first time I proposed," Evan admitted. "Besides, why would she say no? Why have that do?" Chapter 227. "Thank you, Evan. You helped me a lot," Keith suggested. "When I have the date and place, can we have a final practice?" Evan's face turned gloomy, and Keith laughed boisterously. Keith said, "It's okay, Evan. I was just testing how far you would go to help me. I at least appreciate the initial hell." Chapter 228. Cerise was surprised to find the milkshake house closed for their gathering. It wasn't necessary. The place was still big enough to accommodate their party, plus the store's walk-in customers. Cerise thought it was over the top. However, she also appreciated the privacy. She noticed lavish changes. Chapter 229. Beads of sweat formed on Keith's forehead. "Oh, shit." Evan, Sean, and Wendell stared at him with worry. "Everything okay, Keith?" Evan asked. "Keith's." Finally, Cerise asked, her voice raising. "You are scaring me. What happened?" "Babe, did you feel anything? Something hard as you drank your..." Chapter 230. Monday came, and the marriage happened. Cerise could not believe what she was looking at when she entered the courthouse the following work week. It was a marriage certificate, and Keith had already signed his name on the contract. Cerise's name had also been printed into the same document. All SH. Chapter 231. "Oh no." Chantel laughed from her seat. She said, "I can't, honey. I can't carry your siblings out there. You, Daddy, Uncle Miguel, and Lily can go." "Sorry, Mommy, I forgot," Lucas said. It did not take long for them to arrive at the lake house. It was a gorgeous red-roofed house that sat in F. Chapter 232.
Ouch.
Chantel suddenly cried in pain. She was holding her stomach as she sat up from the bed at night. She and her family were still at the lake house. They were supposed to return to Rose Hills that afternoon, but because the kids were exhausted from either playing, swimming, or hiking, Evan A. Chapter 233. "It's going to be okay, wifey." Evan tried to reassure his wife. They were on the road to the hospital as soon as Evan called Chantel's doctor. Earlier, when Chantel relieved her bladder, she noticed blood on her underwear. It was light, but it sent her panicking. The doctor said we have to eat. Chapter 234. Lucas smiled. Then he wondered, Mommy, since Daddy wasn't there to help you with my name, how did you name me Lucas? Chantel's smile reached her ears. She admitted, At first, I thought you were my lucky charm, but after doing some reading, I learned that Lucas also meant a bringer of. Chapter 235. 36 weeks into her pregnancy, Chantel decided to personally buy dresses for when she would give birth. Evan wanted to buy the clothes on the weekend, but Chantel was too excited. With Andy, she and Carice went to the New South Mall right after work hours. Carice came along, saying she did. Chapter 236. Carice laughed. She replied, Then it's a risk I'm willing to take. I'll enjoy it while it lasts. She was giggling inside, seeing how her answer frustrated Lola more. In truth, though, she wholeheartedly believed her husband would never leave her. I know women like you, a gold digger, Lola essay. Chapter 237. Mother? Evan asked, seeing Clara inside his office. What brings you here? Oh, I needed James' help with my ATM, Clara replied. He said you wouldn't mind that he left to go to the bank. Of course, Mother. You didn't even have to come by. I could have dashed Evan stilled, hearing Andy's call. Chapter 238. You can scream at me, say anything you like, and I will be patiently sitting here and taking as much discomfort away from you, in any way I can, Evan revealed. I won't get mad, I promise. Chantel reacted. You can call me whatever names you like, and I won't mind. You can declare war. Chapter 239. Evan, you had the babies roomed in? Eleanor asked the second she entered Chantel's room. Chantel was still in the recovery room when William and Eleanor arrived. They were surprised to see the babies already in the private room with Clara and Eric. I couldn't leave them in the care of O. Chapter 240. The music resonated across the open garden of the Diamond Hotel, Rose Hills. Everybody stood up to welcome the bride. Chantel took a video from her seat of how her best friend, Carice, was walking from afar, her head up, her smile reaching her ears. She waved at Carice, and her friend waved back. Chapter 241. The maid glanced at the living room where Milan and Chantel sat. She shook her head and admitted, He is in his room. The maid looked down softly adding, With Miss Salome. Dead air fell upon them. Evan froze in shock. Not that it was strange for acquaintances to be together, but did. Chapter 242. Earlier at the Francos' home, the two families involved were yelling, trying to figure out how to resolve the matter. It was because Milan and Wendell's brother were set to be married in less than 2 months. Everything had already been paid for, and Wendell's father, a former politician, felt it. Chapter 243. Absolutely. Lucas would love to have you, Evan said. I can reserve the Diamond Hotel penthouse for you should the tenant terminate his contract. No guarantees the lessee will leave, though. That's fine, Evan. I would love the penthouse should it become available, Wendell weakly replied. Chapter 244. Good noon, Chantel greeted, with a smile. I heard you went out at dawn? Wendell walked into the dining area, all freshly bathed, past noon. He greeted Evan's family, good morning. Chantel and Evan were present, along with Lucas. The twins were asleep in the nursery, with their caregivers. Chapter 245. Milan. Excuse me, I don't screw. I'll take the most of what he can show me now. Wendell. It's good that you don't screw strangers. You should only share that with your special someone. One of these days, I promise I'll show you how to box. Milan. You know what? Now that I think about it, it's... Chapter 246. We have a problem, Chantel said to Evan. The twins' evening shift caregiver got sick, and you know we can't let any infection get in the house. Remember that Mrs. Shaw and Tessie took their days off. Pouting her lips, Chantel revealed, they won't be back until tomorrow morning. The morning. Chapter 247. On the second fridge downstairs, thaw 2 bottles. Just hold the frozen milk under lukewarm running water, the man instructed. It took a while, but Wendell ultimately returned with the ordered milk. Just then, Marcus was also asking for milk, crying and making that sucking motion. I'm in true. Chapter 248. Thanks for doing this, Evan, Wendell said before he and Evan walked into the building office of the G&AMP F Manpower International Service. That day was Wendell's official appointment. Evan came with him because his older brother, Rowan, was increasing skepticism about his ability to take the pre-SID. Chapter 249. Wendell had already discovered much about Milan, including how she loved Shiba toys. He learned that she spent 5 years of her life co-founding a non-government organization that supported children with disability. Wendell became familiar with her facial expressions when she was mad or tired, but... Chapter 250. Hey guys, I have a visitor, Wendell announced as he walked back into the mansion with Milan. Milan is joining us for boxing training. Chantel grinned in amusement while Evan gave Wendell that, we have a lot to talk about look. Wendell told me about the requirements, and I swear, I am as he. Chapter 251. The lights were nearly out at the Diamond Hotel, Rose Hill's rooftop. 2 people were standing in the middle. Electric candles formed hearts to light up the couple's surroundings. Above them, the stars were sparkling, and the moon was bright. Sean was kneeling in front of his girlfriend, official. Chapter 252. Days came and went. While Wendell and Milan's closeness was blooming and Marco and Amelia were growing, Chantel and Evan faced one of their fears. Lucas got sick, and his fever went up to 39.5 C. The couple did not know why or how. They had strictly implemented health protocol at home, but us. Chapter 253. Hey, glad you are back, Lucas, Wendell exclaimed, seeing Lucas exit the car with Chantel. Uncle, Wendell. Mommy and Daddy said you have a surprise for me? Lucas asked. The boy had a bright smile, but while he was glad, Wendell observed how he was paler than the last. Still focusing on being. Chapter 254. Chantel's parents had left to attend a medical convention. Clara and Eric were also sick with flu. In the nursery, Milan was tickling baby Amelia after she fed. The baby girl smiled at her. Milan said, "What a cute baby you are. Love your mommy's milk. And you like being taken care of by Annem." Chapter 255. After spending so much time with Milan, Wendell realized how amazing she was. More than her good looks, he loved her personality, innocence, and how she made him laugh. Wendell especially liked that she was willing to give her time and help Evan and Chantel, despite not knowing them the way he did. Chapter 256. He reached for her back and unhooked her bra. He climbed on top of her and helped her off the shirt. When his eyes landed on her chest, he puffed his cheeks and declared, "Right now, I am the luckiest man to see these beauties." Milan did not have oversized breasts, but her nipples were pink and pea. Chapter 257. Wendell's mouth nearly fell off the bed. He lifted his brow, asking, "You mean, no man has ever tasted you down there?" When his eyes traveled to her groin area, Milan understood. She gulped and replied, "At best a play with a finger, but no, not taste, Wendell." Wendell got up to turn back the. Chapter 258. Milan nodded, saying, "Be gentle." While still on top of her, he slowly pushed his manhood in. As he did, he studied her face. When she would frown, he would pause and evaluate the situation. Wendell would return to kissing her again, sucking her breasts, and touching any part of her body. When he. Chapter 259. Wendell threw his head back, enjoying how Milan was eating him. He felt some teeth, but he didn't mind. It further exhilarated him, knowing his girlfriend was such a cute amateur. Still, he gave a gentle reminder saying, "Milan, don't bite my dick off. We still need it once we want to have our own." Chapter 260. As Milan read the text from Rowan, Wendell caught a glimpse of it.
Milan remarqued, "Jerk."
She ignored the text and put it back on the bedside table. Wendell asked, "I have always wondered how you and my brother got together." Milan fell hushed for a second. She replied, "Well, it started when I'm." Chapter 261. Lucas is sad, Evan said on the phone. "I think the primary reason was Lily's family is on vacation, and she is out of reach." Wendell called Evan after arriving at his office. It had been almost a week since Lucas was admitted to the hospital again. Chantel's mother returned a few days ago. Chapter 262. I want to ask for forgiveness. I won't stop until I get it, Rowan said. Please give me back my position, and I will work hard to win back Milan's love. You are not getting back your position, and you won't win Milan's love because she and Wendell are together, Mr. Gray said, shocking Rowan. Chapter 263. Chantel cried in the bathroom as she took a shower. After she checked herself in the mirror, her heart felt heavy. Evan walked in and said, "Wifey, we already talked about this." The man wiped the tears on her cheeks and said, "Wash your face, wifey." Chantel nodded, and as she cleaned her Chapter 264. Only 2 visitations were allowed weekly, which was the reason for Chantel's tears. She would miss her son, but she knew complete isolation was for the best. A week before, they let Lucas choose who he wanted to be with during the first 2 months of his treatment, and being the daddy's boy, Chapter 265. Wendell and his friends crowded around Chantel outside the venue of Milan's party. It was because she howled in tears when she arrived. Wendell had to fetch her from the car because no matter how Miguel urged her to join the party, her heart felt like it was being squeezed by a hand. We all wah. Chapter 266. She turned to Lucas and saw the boy giggling. From the table where Wendell sat, they were also laughing. On stage, Milan said, "I think Lucas wants me to exercise." Laughter echoed across the conference room while Milan opened the second box. To her shock, it contained another wrapped box. At that, Chapter 267. "I now pronounce you husband and wife," the judge said after Wendell and Milan signed the marriage contract at the courthouse. Milan was smiling. Wendell was over the moon. They were officially husband and wife. Next was for them to follow through on their promise to Milan's father, and that would. Chapter 268. If they proceeded with the treatment without chemotherapy, Lucas' immune system would fight the newly introduced blood. It would ultimately fail and cause more damage than good. However, before achieving the transplant, Lucas would have to endure the side effects of the chemotherapy drugs.
Viville.
Chapter 269. Days came and went. Lucas had his bad and good days, undergoing chemotherapy, but despite the side effects of the drugs, he withstood it all. The good news was he had not caught any infection during the process. His isolation was perfectly well followed, allowing continuity in his treatment.
Vite.
Chapter 270. "I definitely will, doctor," Lucas claimed and smiled brighter for the doctor. Dr. Patel stayed in the isolation unit for some time, observing how Lucas was taking in the blood. Like him, Evan and Chantel watched as every drop of blood flowed into Lucas' veins. The transplant was given via. Chapter 271. Everyone was holding their breath. Nearly 2 months into isolation, Dr. Patel came in to report the recent blood work done on Lucas. In anticipation of the news, there was complete silence. Dr. Patel announced, "Based on a recent blood test, the new cells are growing. We are on the road." Chapter 272. "Please get in touch with Dr. Hale or Dr. Chen." "I can't make it," Chantel informed. "Oh, but Dr. Hale is here, Dr. Shant. He said you'd want to take this patient," the nurse reported. "He is in terrible shape." Chantel frowned. Her skin formed goosebumps as she asked, "Who is the?" Chapter 273. The first thing that Evan did was go to the police station. Wendell met him there, and with their family's influence, they got approval from the chief of police to secure documents within Sean's car. Although Sean's BMW was severely hit in the front, most of his belongings in the trunk and back were. Chapter 274. "Hey, don't blame yourself," Wendell said. "It's a big company to manage, especially since you handle a group of companies. After this, you must consider breaking down your companies rather than putting it all on your shoulder." Evan felt his chest congesting. He remarked, "That would have been some." Chapter 275. "That's it, Lucas. Lift the ball like that," a physical therapist said. "Bend your knee."
Good job.
"Now, let's have the other knee." The therapist guided Lucas into position and instructed, "Now lift the ball." It was common for post-chemotherapy patients to feel fatigued in the months following the. Chapter 276. But Evan, Sean still has a long way to go. "We did not operate on his knee injury yet because our priority was to stop his internal bleeding. At this stage, he still needs a lot of support," Dr. Hale said, and the man nodded. After that chat with Dr. Hale, Keith and Evan visited Sean while. Chapter 277. Text from Sean. "The ghost is clear. My mom is on her way and would love to have breakfast with you guys. Text from Andy. I just saw your friend's wife get in the car, Mr. Thompson. Those were Evan's cues. He and Wendell were in his car, parked beneath the Heart and Lung Center, waiting for. Chapter 278. On the 4th month of being admitted to the Children's Hospital, Dr. Patel relaxed Lucas's isolation, slowly exposing Lucas to the outside world. While occupying the isolation unit, he was eventually allowed weekly controlled visitors. Aside from that, 2 parents were now permitted to stay over. Chapter 279. Lucas was hopping in his seat the second he saw the twins carried by his grandmothers. He said, I want to go outside. I want to go outside. Relax, Lucas. I'm pulling over, Miguel said while driving the car. Evan, Chantel, and Lucas drove to their home first. A moving truck followed, carrying Lou. Chapter 280. Suddenly, Lucas and Lily were ready to leave and work on their itinerary. Scarlett held them back and said, Before you learn to play drums and play with Lucas' siblings, you need to eat dinner. The kids groaned, encouraging giggles around them. Their party began to indulge in mouth-watering food. Chapter 281. #flashback. 2 days back, #. The drive home from the hospital was completely silent. Brooklyn was behind the wheel, often sighing in dismay and tears welling in her eyes. It was clear to Sean that the doctor's assessment of his progress disappointed her. Sean's day shift caregiver, Pete, was. Chapter 282. Because you refused to hire another accountant, Sean pointed out. That's an additional expense. Brooklyn shot back. We need to maximize our profit. At the expense of our time? Our happiness? My happiness? Sean asked. We need it. I need it because I fucking need you, Brooklyn. I need you. Chapter 283. How is he? Evan asked Keith on the phone. He is pretty upset. He couldn't accept it, Keith replied. I took him out of there and drove him to his parents' house. His parents had no clue Sean and Brooklyn were having problems. 2 days had passed since Sean revealed what had happened between. Chapter 284. The man cursed again. His eyes narrowed at how his mushroom tip peeked between him and his wife. He especially relished the view of Chantel rocking her lips and adding glow to his shaft. I'm going crazy. I love you so much, Shandy, Evan remarked before his arm extended to play with her clit. Chapter 285. That same day, when Evan's family was away on vacation, Wendell was invited into the CEO office of G&AMP, F Manpower International Service. Drink up, Mr. Gray said to Wendell. It's Asian ginseng brewed into tea. It's perfect for your health. Wendell finished the tea right away. It was just the R. Chapter 286. At 38 weeks, Carice decided to take her maternity leave. She urged her husband to do the same because she was ready to pop anytime. She thought it would have been an excellent opportunity to spend with her best friend, Chantel, but she was still away for a holiday. Lying on the bed, SH. Chapter 287. Suddenly, Keith realized that his wife had more than the usual orgasm. His legs were wet, and so were the sheets. While Carice turned to see what was going on, Keith said, Was the sex that good for you to come that much? For a second, Carice paused and studied the bed with Keith. Soon, the realiza. Chapter 288. Hurry up, Sean. Look at my girl. Keith proudly called, seeing Sean and Reese go to the nursery area of the hospital. Sean had just come from his evaluation by the new doctor. When he learned that Carice had given birth, he went to see his friend. Fortunately, Carice delivered at the same hospital. Chapter 289. So instead, the 2 old friends chatted like old times. While Sean was in the living room, Reese went to the kitchen and fetched 2 pieces of Sean's favorite treat. Upon her return, she gave everything to Sean. She wasn't a Reese's chocolate lover. Only Sean was addicted to it. They were reclining. Chapter 290. Before Sean and Reese could have that talk again, Brooklyn's lawyer arrived with divorce papers. It should have bothered Sean, but his mind was elsewhere, thanks to Reese's revelation. Sean was earnestly worried for his friend. He was very protective of Reese in the past, especially after her fath. Chapter 291. Sean could not accept it. He was far better looking than Aaron, and he was more affluent. Why would Brooklyn cheat on him with Aaron? Next, in the video, Brooklyn and Aaron came. Aaron spanked her ass, saying, "You miss a good fuck, right?" So much. Sean couldn't get it up, thanks to his medicati. Chapter 292. Sean saw Reese's face turn red. She stiffened. Her hand was on the armrest. Her feet appeared to be preparing to flee. Thankfully, she changed her mind about avoiding this discussion. Reese cleared her throat and said,
Well,
it's a long story. He raised a brow and suggested, I love long store. Chapter 293. Half an hour into their chat and a little drink here and there, Aaron and Curtis went dancing with the girls on the dance floor. Sean was called back into Wendell's group. He asked Reese to come with her, but Brooklyn said, she can stay. We will take care of her. Isn't that right, Anna? Absolute. Chapter 294. Sean was angry beyond words. Behind Brooklyn's sweet facade was a monster. Reese was his friend. He wasn't bothered that she wasn't rich and didn't wear branded clothes. What gave Brooklyn the right to look down on her? In the past, when Reese started to reject the idea of hanging out with him and Chapter 295. Every girl was jealous of her that night, but she would rather have that than be in the snake's lair, Brooklyn sighed. Then came a time when Sean walked with Brooklyn to the beach. Keith was busy talking to all his guests. Wendell was there for her for the most part. He prepared light drinks for R. Chapter 296. Still, in that state, Reese kept saying, I love you. Soon, she fell on the sheets, with the weight of a man on top of her. In the following minutes, she felt warm lips against hers, her hands getting restless, and moans filling the air. The rest was a complete blur. In the morning, Reese. Chapter 297. Hashtag flashback. Sean's POV hashtag. Sean woke up, completely tired, and with a pang in his head. He groaned, turned to the other side, and saw Brooklyn smiling. Hey, baby. Great night last night, Brooklyn remarked. Great night last night? Sean asked in silence. His brows met, thinking back to Wah. Chapter 298. Sean was so overwhelmed by the truth that he only focused on the fact that something had happened between him and Reese. He did not think beyond it. Repeatedly, he asked for forgiveness. Sean wanted to talk more about the past when his father arrived at the house. It distracted Sean from his conv. Chapter 299. Yes, Sean. She is your daughter.
Sam gasped.
He threw his head back with his eyes closed, thinking how hard it must have been for Reese to raise a child since she left Rose Hills. He recalled how she had mentioned she struggled to get regular jobs, which was how she went into private practice in Chapter 300. Next, he saw Shauna walking out of her room in leggings and a pink top. She had a double ponytail and 2 pink bows on each side. Her azure-colored eyes gazed into his blue orbs, and Sean swore his heart skipped a beat. It was far different, with her fully awake and looking straight at him.
She SM.
Chapter 301. The next day, Sherwin and Claudia Ross sat in the living room, waiting for their special guests as their son, Sean, had suggested. The suspense was killing them, but eventually, they saw Reese walk in with her mother. Smiles formed on Sean's parents' faces, seeing an old friend. Audrey, Claude. Chapter 302. Sean's father nodded approvingly. Claudia turned to her husband with a smile and said, I think Reese's return came at the right moment. We are surprised with a granddaughter, and Reese will be here to help Sean recover. We thank you, Reese, for returning and giving Sean something to look forward. Chapter 303. Brooklyn gritted her teeth, watching the video of her and Aaron fooling around in Sean's office. She thought the incident when Sean caught them red-handed was the only time he had found out, but no, apparently, he had a recording. She angrily turned to Sean and his lawyers. Evan, Wendell, and Kate. Chapter 304. They all had refreshments in the sitting area of the man's office when Evan asked his friend, has Anna agreed to cooperate? Sean nodded, saying, yes, she has. And the Department of Labor? Have they gotten back to us about our request?
Sam soaked.
Sean had seen in the books how Brooklyn Ha. Chapter 305. Outside the operating room of the Heart and Lung Center, Sean's parents awaited the news of his surgery. Reese was also present, showing her support. Wendell, Evan, and Keith had visited earlier, but left to care for their families. After 2 hours, Dr. Phil stepped out with a smile. He reported. Chapter 306. Reese gave him a puzzled look, but Sean dismissed it and merely focused on Shauna. However, because of that promise, the little girl began identifying things she and Sean would do. Then, Daddy will play tea time with my friends and me at school, watch me sing in school, and talk to teacher in SCH. Chapter 307. Let's get your legs straight, Reese instructed while putting a leather pillow below Sean's heel. He was lying flat on a yoga mat as he straightened his leg and occasionally lifted it. Each time Sean raised his leg, he grunted. Why do I feel like I am lifting weights? Reese chuckled and said, Chapter 308. On the following weekend, Shauna was with the Rosses again. Like the last, Reese went to the mansion for Sean's therapy. Sean was walking better. He could bend his knee with ease, and he could extend it without pain. The only thing he couldn't do was run, but Sean knew he was getting there. Chapter 309. Gravity Ventures was Evan's financial company. It worked as an investment enterprise, opening opportunities for small companies and private individuals to grow their funds with minimum risk. Gravity Ventures would invest pooled money in assets based on specific management objectives. Most of the time. Chapter 310. Following Sean's speech, dinner was served. Some guests skipped the meal altogether to speak with an agent who could represent them with their investments. While all this was happening, Brooklyn found the courage to approach Sean at his table. Despite being in front of Sean's friends, she called. Chapter 311. This is it, man. Sure. You are already married, but this is the day when you will hold your breath and remind yourself why you tied the knot in the first place, Evan reminded, tapping a hand on Wendell's shoulder. Being Wendell's best man, he said, Enjoy this day, for this is about you and Mila. Chapter 312. After the officiant said a few words, he concluded the wedding, saying, By the power vested in me, I pronounce you husband and wife. You may now kiss the bride. Hoots, claps, and screams followed after Wendell and Milan kissed before the gathering. Wendell then surprised Milan by turning her to tea. Chapter 313. The wedding party was already over. While the band was still at it, playing music, everyone formed their groups and gathered at tables for the after-party chat. Lucas was at a table with Shauna, chatting with Lily on his tablet. At the far end, Mr. Gray was having a serious conversation with W. Chapter 314. When Sean returned to the ballroom, his daughter was gone. He walked up to his friends. It was Milan who said, I thought Reese was with you. She suddenly came back and left with Shauna. She said she was tired and wanted to rest. Sean excused himself to go to the condo where his family lived. Chapter 315. Reese pursed her lips, reading the note on the bouquet sent to her at work. The flowers came from Sean and the message read, I can't believe you are so busy. What about my therapy too? Sad face. I miss you, Reese. I hope you will come with Shauna this weekend to the mansion. I'll have a guest room ready. Chapter 316. Where is your grandma?
Sean asked.
He settled Shauna on the sofa, and after learning that Mrs. Kennedy was in the kitchen, he went to find her. Good evening, Aunt Audrey. Where is Reese?
Sean asked.
Oh, she is out on a date. Mrs. Kennedy sighed, saying, I figured it's just about the Tim. Chapter 317. I can't, and I shouldn't be staying overnight at your place, Sean, Reese calmly said. Have time with Shauna and bring her back on Sunday evening. I want you to come with us. I miss you so much, Reese, Sean requested. Let's talk at home. For minutes, they argued in front of Sean's car. Chapter 318. She was that connection that brought us closer. The times we spent together allowed me to see what a great mother you are to her and what a wife you would be when the right time comes, Sean said. Aside from seeing how well you treat her, there was this longing in my heart to give our daughter the. Chapter 319. Reese? Sean asked, holding her hand tightly. Answer me. Reese was blinking her eyes while looking at him. She couldn't respond because his every word made her happy. Sean sought. Did you hear me? Let me show you how I feel. Before she knew it, his lips were on hers, and his hand rested bay. Chapter 320. I remember when you left, Reese. Sean was so uneasy in the days that followed. He considered seeing you and Audrey, but I don't know what happened next. Oh, I remember Brooklyn got sick. She was admitted to the hospital, and Sean watched her. Claudia said before shrugging. Remember that, Sean? Chapter 321. Reese and Sean slept in the same bed that night, hugging each other. They didn't make love, but Sean felt he had the best sleep. Days passed. Sean received a call from the lawyers. Brooklyn wanted a settlement, saying she had information to trade for a lower compensation on the civil case. Chapter 322. One thing was evident to Reese. Sean longed for her in the past, and Brooklyn took advantage of it. Claudia's words had already convinced her that Sean cared for her deeply, but now, Brooklyn's admittance made her realize the weight of how Sean may have felt for her back then. While it hurt to tea. Chapter 323. Sean guided Reese on her fours on the bed, while he remained standing on the floor. He pecked and bit each of her 2 round flesh before diving to give her slit another lick. When Reese moaned, he said, "Finally, I'm going to have you." Sean let his tip rub against Reese's crack. When he heard Ano. Chapter 324. Every morning, waking up next to you is just heaven, Sean said, pulling Reese against his chest, his hand crawling down her thighs. A laugh escaped Reese's lips. Her face burned as she said, "We are late. Get your lazy ass up." "I'm not lazy. I want to make love to you one last time before get." Chapter 325. Suddenly, Mr. Gray screamed. His roar was the loudest, and tears filled his face. He said, "Thank you. Thank you, Wendell and Milan, for making me and your mother happy." In front of the guests, Mr. and Mrs. Gray embraced Wendell and Milan, celebrating the coming grandkids. Later, Wendell's. Chapter 326. Why did you agree? Brianna softly asked Chantel. You did not even take the full amount offered. Days had passed since Frank Morgan's family presented an offer to Chantel. Brianna was now at the heart and lung center, and so was Frank's unconscious body. The only thing that kept Frank alive was. Chapter 327. Walking down the halls, she bumped into an unexpected acquaintance, Keith's father, Charles Henderson, and his wife, Helen. The last time Chantel saw Keith's father was last year, during his birthday. It shocked her thoroughly to see Mr. Henderson so thin. He was in a wheelchair, struggling to. Chapter 328. Cerise let out a heavy sigh as soon as they arrived at the Hendersons' mansion gates. She felt Keith's hand gripping hers, and he said, "Relax." As they drove into the driveway, Keith asked, "Do you want to come back another day?"
No.
No way. It's about time we talk it out with your parents, Kate. Chapter 329. He marched toward his father. He asked the nurse to give them a moment and pulled a chair beside Charles. There was dead air, and it stretched to over a minute. Keith and Charles simply looked at the garden before them. After some time, Charles weakly asked, "Are you happy with your life, Keith?" Chapter 330. The Hendersons had a pleasant evening, with Keith's parents getting to know Cerise. They asked about her work, her family, and her friends. They also inquired about how she managed her time. They were surprised how she only hired one nanny when Keith could get her 2, at the very least. I like my. Chapter 331. So, the only solution is chemotherapy, and Dr. Dultz suggested a combination of immunotherapy. Instead of the same drugs I had tried, we will try another chemo drug, an oral one, Charles revealed. He became emotional again as he said, Dr. Dultz suggested I do isolation, but knowing their eye. Chapter 332. Hey, Chantel said, offering a hug to Cerise. Tired. Exhausted, Cerise replied. She pressed her lips to Chantel's ears and said, and it doesn't help that Keith keeps me up all night. A laugh escaped Chantel's lips. She revealed, I think he is serious about having another child.
Oh.
Chapter 333. As Cerise pulled away from the embrace, Reese flushed, saying, We aren't married yet. Oh. Don't worry, you'll be soon enough, Cerise proposed. It's bound to happen, right? I heard Sean was scouting for a villa for you guys to live in. Yeah, he did, Reese weakly replied. She was about to say. Chapter 334. Shanty hey. The bill? The spa told me you used your card.
I'm sorry about that.
They should have billed me for it.
Sean asked.
You don't have to. I was happy to pay for it. We had such a great time. Think of it as Evan took care of the bill, Chantel said, referring to the spa treatments they. Chapter 335. Evan smacked her bare ass, saying, I don't know, wifey. You just make me hornier every time. He grabbed the back of her neck and warranted a kiss. They made out as Chantel moved up and down on him. Fuck, Shanty, you feel so good always, Evan said. Please get pregnant already. Sure.
Shaw.
Chapter 336.
Ah.
So beautiful. She has dark hair. Chantel exclaimed while holding the newly born baby girl in her arms. She was settled on the hospital room's private suite sofa, a few meters away from Milan. They both have dark hair, Evan remarked. He was sitting next to Wendell while the latter carried. Chapter 337. One evening, as the couple lay in bed at night, Chantel said, Maybe we weren't supposed to get pregnant again. Maybe we got pregnant initially because we were doing it for Lucas. Evan pulled Chantel against his chest. He pecked her lips, the tip of her nose, and her forehead, saying, Wow. Chapter 338. Wow, this is nice. It's like a walk down memory lane, Chantel commented, seeing photos of Sean and Reese during their younger years. They were really that close, huh? The photos were mounted on curtains hanging from steel frames, creating a tunnel to pass through. The elegant tunnel contained. Chapter 339. The wedding ceremony resumed, and after they said their I do's, Reese and Sean graced everyone with a hot and long kiss. The crowd called for it. A 5-minute kiss. One of Sean's cousins said, Keep at it, man.
Keep at it.
I support this. Keith encouraged. Why don't we go home and return tea? Chapter 340. Evan smiled, seeing the honeymoon photos Sean had sent him. He read his friend's text. Thank you, man. We love it. He had gifted Sean a honeymoon package at the Caribbean sales. That was why Sean made an effort to send him pictures as gratitude. The man texted back, saying, Enjoy you too. The M. Chapter 341. Evan's son was awake again. Why is he awake?
Chantel asked.
Evan had carried Marcus, mildly swaying him to sleep. He turned to Chantel, admitting, I looked him in the eye. Oh, Evan. You know this already. Never look at a sleepy baby in the eye. Chantel reminded. Evan mouthed. Chapter 342. Pediatric surgery? But didn't you study everything, though? Evan asked Chantel after learning she wanted to do a fellowship with a pediatrician. I did, but I mostly trained with surgeons who operate on adults, Chantel replied. So when Dr. Patel proposed it, I agreed. There are Chapter 343. Sean chuckled, saying, I hope so, but we are not rushing. Not like you and Shanty. We weren't planning on rushing. I'm just too rich. I need more kids, Evan said before smirking. Everyone laughed at his suggestion, including 2 other couples who came for their consultation. Chantel punched. Chapter 344. Wow, she is just so beautiful. This time, she has Keith's features, Chantel said, pinching Carrie's new baby girl. I'm glad I came here. I'm glad you did, Carrie said the same. I miss you and everybody. Chantel smiled at her friend, saying, We talk a lot, but yes, I miss you too. We H. Chapter 345. I love you for that, for your sacrifices and selflessness, Keith pointed out. It's because I love you. Your family is mine too. And your troubles are mine. Your pain is also mine to bear. You don't need to thank me, but love me as I love you, Carrie's replied. Carrie's and Keith slept with he. Chapter 346. Keith closed his eyes, sensing his friend's warm embrace. His voice was weak as he said, Thanks, Evan, for coming. Of course, man. What kind of a friend would I be if I didn't come here? Evan said. He patted Keith's back, proposing, Shanty and I are here for you. The next to embrace Keith Wah. Chapter 347. To my friends and relatives whose parents still live, I implore you to love and spend time with your parents because time is too precious to waste it on grudges and misunderstandings. Time can also be like a thief in the night, taking away those moments that should be filled with happy memories. K. Chapter 348. Welcome to the company, Evan said with a smirk, seeing Keith walk into his office. Somehow, he knew his friend would be coming over, that he had already set up a table next to his. Evan said, I hope you are okay with using only Wi-Fi. Setting up a LAN cable takes a while. Wi-Fi is good, Keith A. Chapter 349. However, that was the least important part. Why was Nicole going to see a plastic surgeon? Evan got up from his seat, gritting his teeth. His friend might have noticed his reactions instantly that Keith asked, "What has gotten into you?" "What has gotten into me? Nicole Lively is out from prison." Chapter 350. A baby's loud cry echoed inside the room. Dr. Patel measured the crying newborn's weight on a scale and announced, 6.4 pounds.
Wow.
"She is so gorgeous," Evan commended before kissing his wife. Chantel had given birth to their second baby girl at 6 in the morning.
Her name was...
Chapter 351. While making his way, Sean walked past a partially opened birthing room. Nurses rushed inside to help a husband, because Sean could hear the wife screaming from another side of the room. He couldn't see her, but her shouts were enough to suggest it. "I'm the one giving birth here. Why did you?" Chapter 352. Chantel and Evan were in Reese's room. They came over late in the afternoon after taking some rest themselves. Thankfully, Amara also slept for 2 hours before crying awake. Although Chantel could already walk, the hospital required all patients to be assisted out of their rooms. Thus, Shantae. Chapter 353. Keith wasn't in the medical field, but his business had made him hear stories, including reports of husbands who pass out during actual deliveries. Thus, he was aware that whatever would be happening down there was something he should avoid looking at. He focused on his wife, soothing her in any way. Chapter 354. Everything okay here, buddy? Evan asked Lucas, his eyes scanning the playroom. "Yes, Daddy, don't worry," Lucas assured him. "Shauna and I will stand guard." In the playroom, Amelia, Marcus, Maxine, John Adams, and Camilla were there with their nannies, playing. Lucas and Shauna were playing wit. Chapter 355. Evan decided to return Amara to the stroller. At the same time, Keith carried his daughter against his chest while sitting down. Wendell also sat down. After only a few seconds, Amara cried. Samuel cried next, followed by Charlene. Maxine did not cry, but wiggled her body, her feet kicking Wendell. Chapter 356. Over a year had passed. Evan and his assistant were discussing work when a call came into his office's private line. The man answered the call and learned it was the correctional officer hired to watch Nicole Lively and Jessica Turner. The jail guard reported, "Miss Lively and Miss Turner tried tea." Chapter 357. Of course, many defended her in the group of doctors, for technically, an adult surgeon could operate on a child. Chantel was even praised for further strengthening her knowledge and skill, taking a fellowship training with a pediatric cardiosurgeon. Chantel and Evan disregarded the negative C. Chapter 358. G&AMP. Manpower International Service has earned its first billion-dollar profit under the leadership of CEO Mr. Wendell Franco, naming him the latest, hottest, and influential man in Rose Hills, next to Keith Henderson and Evan Thompson. The headlines flooded the internet, and those who knew the G. Chapter 359. The couple returned to the party, preparing for Sean's arrival. Evan focused on his son's birthday party instead. He reminded himself that there was more reason to celebrate, considering how their son had been healthy for years. Dinner began, and only then did Sean and Reese turn up with Shauna, and Chapter 360. 2 years had passed. Many relevant changes happened between the group of friends. For one, Evan finally divided his group of companies, putting Sean in charge of his financial business. With Evan's business growing, he had more people under his wing, forcing him to get a new assistant, so James Co. Chapter 361. Damn, that's hot, Carice said. I'll download that app. Me too, Reese echoed the same. I'm feeling hot. I'll check it out, Chantel said. The girls had their phones with them for the rest of their therapy. They read during their body scrubs and foot massages. As they did, they G. Chapter 362. Time came and went. One Saturday, Chantel and Evan were on their way to the kids' school when the famous doctor received a call from the Heart and Lung Center. Oh, my God. Okay, I'll be there, Chantel said on the phone before giving her younger kids a look of regret. Amara also went to the Chapter 363. Why is this happening to me? Evan looked through different booths and game areas and realized there were so many attractions around that his kids could not help but be invited. He called Amara? Marcus. He returned his attention to Amelia. His daughter said, "Daddy, I'll stay with my friends." Chapter 364. You look beautiful, Mommy, Amara said before looking straight at the aisle and walking ahead. She was throwing rose petals on the red carpet for Chantel. "Thank you, baby. I love you," Chantel softly replied before looking up in Evan's direction. Her eyes gleamed, seeing her husband's hands. Chapter 365. Shanty, are you having a great time on our family honeymoon? Evan asked while putting an arm around his wife. "I think this is the best honeymoon we have ever been to," Chantel suggested. Evan groaned, saying, "You hurt my feelings." He pressed his lips against her ear and whispered, "What a?" Chapter 366. It wasn't until they arrived at the beach resort that Chantel finally knew why they were there. She was already smiling from ear to ear as they processed their resort check-in. "Wifey, you look happy," Evan teased. "Oh, I know where we're going, Evan," Chantel claimed, grinning like a fool. Chapter 367. My dear readers, thank you for reading this book until the very end. Despite how different this book started, you still supported me. I hope you loved the story of Evan and Chantel, plus their friends. If you want to read Luca's story, check out the book Gone Too Long. The CEO becomes a world-class doting husband. Please follow me on my social so you can get an update on the next book. To my new readers, if you want to read my other stories, below are all my books on good novel. Luca's story, Gone Too Long. The CEO becomes a world-class doting husband. The Right Family series. Mommy, Where is Daddy? The Forsaken Daughters Return. Asterisk. Flash Marriage. A Billionaire for a Rebound. I Kissed a CEO and he liked it. Asterisk. The Devil's Love for the Heiress. I Fell for a Boy His Daddy Was a Bonus. Asterisk. I placed an asterisk on the books with the most reads or my bestsellers. Each book is a standalone. You can skip any books as you see fit. Another book that is related to the Right Family series is a spin-off of Book 5, I Fell for the Boy His Daddy Was a Bonus. Check the book below. Mr. CEO, I Came Back to Love You, completed. Outside the Right series, I have two other books. The Alpha of Volmore, His Fight for His Luna and Heir, completed. The Playboy Superstar versus the CEO, completed. To my old readers, Evan and Shani's book is an example where I include the stories of others. Now and then, I will be doing the same depending on the main couple story. Once again, thank you for the love, your patience, and for following me on this journey. Until the next book, lovely LHYZ. Chapter 368. Welcome to St. Vincent, Evan announced with his hands raised. Courtesy of Caribbean Sails. This island, for me, is untouched, just gorgeous, Chantel remarked as she disembarked from the cruise ship with her daughter, Amara. The older kids followed down the stairs with Lucas and Miguel. Chapter 369. Please help us welcome our founder's son and first speaker for tonight, Lucas Thompson, a host said in front of the stage, welcoming Lucas. Years had passed. Lucas was now 18 years old. His parents encouraged him to speak in front of many hopefuls, looking at stem cell treatment as a poet. Chapter 370. I never imagined that my best friend would become the love of my life, Lily mused while dancing with Lucas, her childhood friend and boyfriend of 5 years. This is the best week I have ever had. I will always remember these past few days, Lily remarked before Lucas let her make a complete turn as they danced. Lucas grabbed her waist and leaned down to peck her lips. He softly said, I'm glad I made you happy. For an entire week, Lucas had been with Lily, which did not happen often since they lived cities apart and were busy with their lives. Lucas was from Rose Hill City, while Lily was from Brayton City. Lily was a tough kind of girl and had enlisted in the military. On the other hand, Lucas was studying medicine, but despite their busy schedules, they have survived a long-distance relationship. In the villa where they stayed for 7 days, the couple shared the same bed each night, cooked meals daily, and spent endless hours kissing and recounting stories about their childhood. Lucas would fly home the following afternoon, so they had an in-villa date. Lucas prepared a special dinner, and they had been dancing to romantic music for over an hour. They were both dressed to impress like they were in a 5-star restaurant, but the truth was they were only in a private villa Lily's parents had rented due to safety reasons. I miss this. I missed you so much, Lucas expressed. Hearing his words, Lily bit her lip. She regretfully said, "I'm sorry. Because of me, we were forced to take too many security measures, and I couldn't travel to see you anymore." Lucas shook his head. He assuringly said, "It's okay. It's not your fault, and I promise you, everything will be all right." It was because Lily got involved with a private organization while serving in the military. It resulted in a threat to her life. The same organization was meant to save lives. However, Lily learned it was merely a front, and the leaders had ulterior motives for creating the group. She wanted out, but that proved to be difficult. That was why she was in a house, locked down with complete security. She had to distance herself from her family for their protection, and it was also why Lily and Lucas had not seen each other for 2 months. As they danced, Lucas chuckled and said, "It was always your ambition to help save the world, but you ended up working with the wrong people." Shit happens.
Right.
Shit does happen sometimes, Lily echoed, laughing with him. "Thank you for understanding, Lucas, and always having my back. I love you so much." "I love you," Lucas declared while cupping her cheek. "I will do anything for you." Soon, the music shifted to a familiar tune. Lily often dedicated the same piece of slow music to Lucas in high school. Lily chuckled, recalling her previous one-sided love for him. "God, this song reminds me of when I cried over you because I thought you would never look at me as a girlfriend," Lily expressed. "So, that's why you tried to wear a skirt and high heels?" Lucas teased. They both laughed because Lily was not the princess type. She preferred jeans over dresses, more than anything. "I had always had my eye on you, Lily," Lucas declared. Then, his face turned serious as he revealed, "I wanted to pursue you at the right time, not when we were in high school." "I know that now." Lily smiled and studied Lucas' intense dark eyes. In the next few seconds, they were silent. Lucas's gaze landed on her lips, and he did not hesitate to passionately kiss her. They stilled, merely relishing in that heated kiss. They were so engrossed with the kiss that Lily felt the heat crawl to her cheek. When Lucas pulled away, he took out a velvet box from his trouser pocket. Inside were 2 necklaces made of bead golden chains, and they had golden tag pendants too. Lucas said, "This is for you and me. Something to remember me by, and remind me of you forever." Lily pouted while Lucas put on her necklace. She remarked, "I have too many gifts from you to remember you forever." Lucas chuckled. He replied, "I know. I just wanted to give you one more." He also wore his necklace. His pendant had Lily Rose carved, while her pendant had Lucas' name on it. Lucas held Lily's pendant and said, "When you feel sad, and I'm far away, hold on to this." Chapter 371. He held his pendant and suggested, "I will do the same, thinking of you." Because of what Lucas said, Lily could not help but be sentimental. She asked, "Why are your words so emotional?" Lucas did not answer. Instead, he held her tightly again and danced to the remaining music played in the background. Eventually, he softly said in her ear, "Lily, I don't know when I'll see you again. I don't think I can hold back tonight. I want you, Lily." With that, Lily gasped. Truthfully, it was hard to hold back since she loved Lucas beyond compare. Nevertheless, they had preserved their innocence because their families were good friends. They both did not want to do anything that would disappoint their parents. However, since Lily was alone with Lucas, she figured, why not? She loved him, and she knew Lucas would never hurt her. That night, Lily and Lucas made love for the first time. Their bare bodies were in sync through the night, tangled in white satin sheets. It was already in the wee hours when they finally decided to rest. While Lily cuddled into Lucas' chest, she heard him say, "I will always love you, Lily. No matter what. Remember that." In her drowsy state, Lily did not think much about it and simply answered, "I love you too." Lily thought her life was perfect despite her current situation. With Lucas by her side, she could withstand all the trials in her life. Sadly, when Lily woke up the next day, Lucas was gone. The security said Lucas left in a rush at dawn. They all thought she knew. Again and again, Lily called Lucas' number, but his phone was off. "Lucas, where are you?" she murmured before calling everyone who knew Lucas. Lily also called Lucas' parents, but to her surprise, Lucas' father said, "Isn't he with you, Lily? I received his text last night saying he would stay longer with you." Everyone started to look for Lucas at that point, but he seemed to have disappeared. They only discovered that he had withdrawn a substantial amount of money a month ago. In the following days, Lily escaped the villa that was supposed to protect her. She wanted to find Lucas herself. She went through panic, desperation, anger, and denial of what was going on. Lily, maybe you missed something. Go back to the villa and check for clues, her brother suggested during one of their trips to Lucas Medical School. Thus, she went back to the villa and turned her room upside down. Then she saw the note that had slid under her bedside table. Lucas had apparently left her a note. Lily frantically opened it and read, "Lily, I'm sorry it had to be this way, but I know I would not have the courage to tell you this in person. I love you with all my heart, but I must leave. I wish I could say that I will be back, but the truth is, I don't know what the future holds for me. Don't wait for me. Don't look for me, because you won't find me. Live your life and be happy.
Goodbye.
Your best friend, Lucas."
Goodbye.
Don't wait for me. The words echoed in her head. Lily's heart stopped beating for a second. Her eyes became muddled with tears. She could not believe it. Her best friend and the person she entrusted her heart to left her without giving a proper reason. "Lucas!" Lily screamed.
Why?
"What did I do to deserve this? Lucas! Lucas, tell me why?" That day, Lily screamed her heart out, but no matter how many times she called Lucas' name and asked the heavens, her questions remained unanswered. 9 months passed. Despite Lucas's letter, Lily and her family continued their search for Lucas. Only the heavens knew how much resources they had spent to locate the man. However, things took a complete turn when something new came into her life. From inside her bedroom, Lily watched a sleeping baby in a crib. Lily wept at the baby's cute face. No matter what, this baby was a gift, a new reason to keep going. Thus, Lily decided to close a chapter in her life and start anew. She opened her bedside drawer and took out the note that Lucas had given her before evaporating in the face of the earth. She took the letter to the bathroom and flushed it down the toilet. She said, "I accept your goodbye, Lucas." Chapter 372. 10 years had passed. "Sergeant, are you heading back? We have a big fish to protect here in Copland." The big fish is holding a groundbreaking ceremony for a residential building, one of Lily's privates said through her Bluetooth earpiece. Lily shamelessly yawned without covering her mouth as she exited the private car that drove her to the airport. She was about to take a business flight home after a week of service at Copland Troop Command. She replied to the person on the phone, "Is this a Black Hawk mission? I don't remember being notified." Lily was talking to one of her underlings, Gunner, a National Guard like her, but of lower rank.
"Ah, no, Sergeant."
It's an MVM mission, but they sought our help because of its complexity. "Since we have a partnership agreement with MVM, here we are," Gunner revealed. MVM was a local security agency in Copland, but they had partnered with the Black Hawk in order to provide top-level security to high-end clients. In return, Black Hawk is obliged to offer their employees to MVM. "Well, as long as they pay us good," Lily mumbled. "Oh yeah, pay is big, Sergeant. It's 3 times the usual," Gunner revealed.
What?
"How am I not part of this mission?" Lily groaned. She clenched her jaws and claimed, "I could use the extra cash." Gunner laughed in response. He answered, "You are not lacking of any money, Sergeant. Sometimes I wonder why you even enlisted for the military in the first place." "Yeah, well, kicking ass is what I do best. I was a tomboy then, and I guess that part of me will never change," Lily said before chuckling. "Anyway, I'm about to check in for my flight. Be safe and tell the team to do the same." Just before putting the phone down, Lily asked, "By the way, how complex is the mission?" "Level 3 assassination threat," Gunner replied. "What?" Lily screamed. Her face flushed when she heard her subordinates reply. "Level 3. They rarely dealt with a Level 3 assassination threat. This meant a private and illegal dispatch group was coming after the big fish. "Who the heck is this big fish?" Lily asked, still shocked by the discovery. "Is he a politician? Of royal blood? Or a prosecutor?" "Ha!"
Gunner laughed.
"No, just a big businessman. He probably made a lot of enemies, but strangely, he just took over the company 3 months ago." "Must be a big business," Lily remarked. "Yeah, it's a conglomerate, the Thompson Group of Companies," Gunner replied. Hearing the company name, Lily stilled. It had been a long time since she heard of it. She stuttered while asking. The Thompson Group of Companies. Who is the big fish? Lucas Thompson, the new CEO. Gotta go, Sarge, duty calls. Gunnar hung up the phone before Lily could react. Lucas Thompson. How could Lily forget that name? Her throat felt paper dry, and her face became white as a ghost. The people in line at the check-in counter overtook her, but she remained unconcerned. Lucas, she muttered under her breath. So the bastard is alive after all. Chills ran down her spine, and Lily felt her eyeballs were about to pop out of anger. She clenched her jaws, thinking of the man who shattered her heart into a million pieces. How long has it been? 9? No, 10 years, she mused. It had been 10 years since Lucas Thompson vanished into thin air. Lucas was not just any other man. This man was also her best friend. She and Lucas were together for 5 years, and she used to believe they were meant to be. She gave her all to Lucas, but he left. He only gave her a note that vaguely ended their relationship. He never called nor hinted if he was alive. So, he is back, Lily muttered. Lily recounted the first year of Lucas' disappearance. She went through all the stages of rejection, from hurt to denial and acceptance. But truthfully, because Lily never had the chance to confront Lucas, she never had full closure. At the back of her head, she had always wondered why he left. Miss, are you in line or what? A young man distracted Lily from dwelling on the past. She ignored the man and went back in line to check in for her flight. Through security checks and walking to the airport's VIP lounge, she was absent-minded the whole time. It was an hour before boarding time when Lily's phone rang again. Gunnar was calling.
Sarge.
We have been ambushed. We are stuck at Freeway 35. Are you still interested in some extra cash? Gunnar loudly asked on the phone. Lily froze. Anger swept across her face. Why would she want to save the big fish who stomped on her heart? Her hands turned frosty as she held the phone tightly against her ears. On the other line, she could still make out the mechanical noise of silenced firearms. A silencer never truly eradicated the sound of gunshots. It only suppressed it. Gia is hit. I repeat, Gia's hit. The voice of Lily's colleague brought her back to her senses. She stood up abruptly and said on the phone, I'm coming. Hold your position, Private. Sure, Sarge. We will try to stay alive, Gunnar said nervously. After hanging up the phone, Lily ran to the airport's exit, leaving most of her belongings in the VIP lounge. She only carried her phone, her wallet in her trouser pocket, her Bluetooth earpiece on her ear, and a Glock 22 pistol underneath her leather jacket. As she sped, she was on the phone with her contacts in Copland City. I need the fastest motorcycle you can get me nearest to the airport and a clearance to Freeway 35. From the airport road to the main highway, Lily's frame dashed like lightning. Her determined eyes focused on the path ahead, her long, light brown hair flying with her every step. Finally, a police motorcycle found her along the way. The officer on it called, Sergeant Lily Wright? Your ride. She hopped in without saying a word, put on the helmet, and drove off. The motorcycle sliced through the street like an arrow in flight. As Lily maneuvered her ride, she leaned in between turns. With each throttle twist, she synchronized her response, hands gripping, fingers adjusting, and subtle weight shifting. Lily arrived at the scene in 10 minutes, cutting more than half the time. She saw 2 vehicles that entrapped 3 Lexus cars. One was a blue SUV, and the other was a 10-wheeler truck deliberately blocking the freeway exit. All in all, she saw 10 men shooting at the 3 Lexus cars that carried her team and the big fish. She targeted the truck and drove past the SUV, evading the flying bullets her way. Lily accelerated before sliding the bike down and rolled off it. After the bike collided with the truck, the attackers came out of hiding in a panic. Lily's associates immediately covered for her as she got up in a kneeling position. She reached for her pistol, and after pointing at the assailants, she pulled the trigger.
Bang, 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 bang.
5 shots. 5 targets down, both alive and unknown. When Sergeant Lily Wright would set on a prey, she would never miss. Chapter 373. Sarge, thank God you came, Gunnar said while approaching Lily. Of course I came, Lily replied. With Lily reinforcing the squad, teamwork picked up a notch. Gunnar and his colleagues were more confident under Lily's presence and command. They managed to immobilize most of the attackers, and with the police arriving for backup, the crossfire eventually ceased. Lily studied the damage to the 3 bulletproof Lexus cars in the middle of the crossfire. The first car's windshield had been shattered due to the number of shots incurred. Lily assumed that was how Gia got shot. Around them were police officers questioning members of her team, paramedics taking the wounded attackers to the ambulance, and crime scene investigators taking pictures and collecting pieces of evidence. Anyone else hurt? Lily asked Gunnar. Gia is already headed to the hospital. Nolan only got an abrasion. He will be fine, Gunnar reported. Johnson and Rick are unharmed. And the client? Lily paused, finally remembering the big fish. Mr. Thompson is fine. His car's windshields did not break, and his personal bodyguard and driver instructed him to remain inside, Gunnar said. MVM has sent another 2 Lexus cars to pick him up. The ones that are here must remain for evidence collection. Lily tried to avert her gaze from the cars that had arrived. She knew Lucas would be moving into one of them, and she could not bear to see him. She was afraid she might end up killing the client herself. Instead, she said to Gunnar, "Then, I guess I'll be leaving now, Dash." Gunnar raised his brow, asking, "Aren't you going to meet the client? Technically, you are our boss. Shouldn't you talk to him?" "I have nothing to say to him. Continue to escort him, as planned. I'll call MVM to send in more men from their side to protect the big fish until he leaves Copland," Lily responded before turning on her heel and approaching the detective in charge of the investigation. Gunnar had to chase after her and asked, Wait. What's with the rush, Sarge?" Shifting to Gunnar, Lily reminded, "I gotta get home, remember?" Lily went ahead and gave her testimony to the lead detective. Afterward, the officer studied her identification and expressed, "An exciting job you got here, Sergeant. A part-time National Guard and a full-time private military contractor for Black Hawk. Any openings for Black Hawk?" "You are free to apply anytime, Detective," Lily said casually. "I probably will do that, Sergeant. I always thought all members of Black Hawk were cool," the detective said with a laugh. "We're all good here. You may go, but we will be in touch." "I'm not hard to find, Detective," Lily responded. Just as Lily went past the police officer, she realized that she did not have a car or a bike for that matter. She had wrecked the police motorcycle when she had let it crash against the 10-wheeler truck. She was about to ask for a ride from one of the police officers when Gunnar called from behind. Sarge, Mr. Thompson would like to take you to the airport." Lily became rooted in place. It took her seconds to get back to her senses, and she continued to walk, pretending not to hear anything. However, Gunnar could not take a hint and kept calling her Sergeant.
Lily.
"Boss." A black, armored Lexus 500 pulled over and blocked her path. Gunnar stepped out of the car and said, "Boss." He leaned his head to the vehicle, saying, "Mr. Thompson would like to speak with you and take you to the airport. The groundbreaking ceremony has been rescheduled due to the attack." Lily saw the confusion in Gunnar's expression. He gave her that look that screamed, "Be professional, boss. What the F are you doing?" Left with no choice, Lily unwillingly entered the car and immediately felt the man's presence from inside. The energy from Lucas seemed to be eating her whole, yet she refused to look at him as she settled in the back seat. Gunnar had taken the front seat opposite to Lucas' driver. She noticed the other Lexus car drove past them, taking the lead. After which, they all drove away. "Mr. Thompson, this is our operations director, Sergeant Lily Wright. Like me, she is a National Guard," Gunnar introduced. Lily remained silent and stared only at the front. Beside her, she heard the man say in a deep voice, "It's nice to meet you, Sergeant Wright." Chapter 374. Of course, what did she expect? He left her without saying anything. So now, he was practically denying their past relationship by pretending not to know her. The truth was, it stung a little. When he disappeared, Lily cried an ocean for him, yet this was how he treated her now. Then again, Lily supposed it was better that way. She could not handle a confrontation with him right now, or ever. Lucas sucked in a deep breath. He added, "Thank you for coming to my rescue, Dash." "You are mistaken, Mr. Thompson. I did not come for you. I came for my team." Lily cut him off before facing him. Her tone was frosty, and her face was grim. Finally, she had a glimpse of Lucas. She had to admit what she saw took her aback. This was a completely different Lucas Thompson. The man she used to love always had a gentle expression on his face, and his build was modest. The Lucas now, however, was muscular, like he had been working out all those years he was gone. The muscles around his body were practically cramping his attire. Additionally, his uncompromising and domineering look appeared to say he had been to hell and back. Lily thought that was really odd. He looked more mature, and his dark eyes were sharp as if piercing through her frame. His skin was tan. His face was now slightly bearded, and she did not miss the long yet thin scar at the side of his left cheek. For a fleeting moment, she felt concerned. She wondered what had happened to Lucas all this time, and why the hell was he facing a level 3 assassination threat to begin with. A tiny part of her wanted to just throw her pride out the window, wrap her arms around him, and cry out of anger and pain. However, she held back and let her bitterness overpower her. Moreover, a lot had changed from her end. Aside from that, Lily was also in a relationship. Yes, that's right. I have Jake, my boyfriend. Lily convinced herself before returning to study the man next to her. Lucas wore a black suit and a dark violet shirt underneath. His legs were crossed, and his left elbow leaned on the armrest while his fist supported his chiseled jaw. He flaunted that latest edition Omega watch and smelled of Versace cologne. He reacted calmly to her curt words, saying, no wonder Black Hawk holds such an impressive reputation. You are a private army led by a lion. Lucas chuckled while glancing at Gunnar through the rearview mirror. While Lucas was talking, the car was moving relatively fast, but Lily felt like everything was in slow motion. The agony of being next to Lucas was killing her composure. Lions have always been considered the symbol of power, bravery, courage, strength, and ferocity. Lucas looked back at Lily, describing, I saw how you took down those men, Sergeant. You were fearless out there. She responded with silence, and from the corner of her eye, she saw the panic in Gunnar's expression. The poor guy was probably afraid he would not get paid for how she treated the client. I'll be sure to compensate you and your team for the hard work you have put in today. I'll increase the pay to 5 times your standard rate. I'll also pay for your colleagues' medical expenses, Lucas assured, maintaining his stare on her. Lily did not react. She merely looked straight and crossed her arms against her chest. Don't I get a thank you? Lucas asked. At that point, Gunnar was glaring at Lily. He seemed to have forgotten that she was above in ranks. But because she understood why Gunnar reacted that way, she turned to Lucas indifferently and answered, Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Finally, they rode in silence. When they arrived at the airport, Lily was ready to leave the car. Lucas, however, unexpectedly asked, Will I see you again, Sergeant Wright? I think never, Lily said coldly. She had just opened the car door when Lucas responded, Really? The man chuckled and suggested, On the contrary, I think we will. Lily snapped in his direction, and their eyes met. Chapter 375. Lily, my favorite daughter in the world is back. Lily's mother, Scarlett, exclaimed. Lily could not help but roll her eyes at her mother's remark. She responded, Mom, you can't have a favorite daughter. I am your only daughter. Scarlett laughed. Lily's father, Caleb, who was sipping tea in the living room, also laughed. Yes, she was still living with her parents at 33 years old. Since her work often took her to different stations, having a place on her own was unnecessary, especially since she had Aiden. How was work, Lily?
Caleb asked.
Lily put down her bag on the floor. She replied, It was a counter-drug operation. Pretty easy. Did you get shot, sweetie? Caleb asked while studying her. Lily smirked. She proudly said, I would not be here if I got shot. Very good, her mother remarked. She sat beside Caleb and asked, Why don't you join us for tea? Lily paused. I think I'll go see Aiden. Anything the matter, Lily? Scarlett asked with a frown. You seemed bothered? Lily had already walked to the foot of the staircase. She stopped, thinking if she should tell her parents about Lucas. The Thompsons and the Wrights used to be good friends and business partners, but Lucas' disappearance 10 years ago created friction between their families. The Wrights blamed the Thompsons for breaking the trust they had built as friends. It wasn't just them, though. Back then, Lily sensed Lucas' mother had become aloof towards her. It felt to Lily that Lucas' mother blamed her instead. Decades of friendship were flushed down the drain because Lily's oldest brother found evidence suggesting the Thompsons hid their son's whereabouts. So, given that fact, was it wise to bring up the pain of the past? She did not think so. Thus, she replied to her mother, "Nothing, Mom. I'm just tired." "Then, take a rest, Lily," Caleb said. "Your mom and I are going to enjoy our alone time." Her parents giggled while Lily choked. She knew exactly what that meant. Her parents were already seniors, but they still had an active sex life. She ran up the stairs and first checked in on Aiden. It was a weekend and he did not have school. The young man was sound asleep. So Lily went to her room and bathed. After getting changed, she called her boyfriend, Jake, and let him know she had arrived. Jake was out of town and on a business trip. Thus, she had no other commitments and meant to spend more time with her son. She returned to Aiden's room soon after. Seeing that Aiden was awake, Lily called, "Hey." The boy turned to her and he screamed, "Mommy, you are back." Lily wasn't a crybaby. Oh no, she wasn't at all. However, seeing her son and how he looked so much like the man from earlier simply brought tears to her eyes. 10 years ago, she gave herself to Lucas. She lost her purity, but that experience gave her Aiden. Since Lucas was nowhere to be found and the relationship between her family and the Thompsons became stained, no one knew about Aiden except for the right family, her family. Lily gave birth to a private clinic. Her family opted to homeschool Aiden for the first few years. They finally let Aiden enroll in a regular school when they were sure the Thompsons were no longer checking on them and all their business ties were canceled. "Hey, Mom, why are you crying? Did you get hurt from arresting bad guys?" Aiden asked with concern. "No, Aiden." Lily quickly shook her head. She sniffed her tears away and said, "I just miss you." Aiden embraced her and said, "I missed you too, Mom. Can you take a break from Blackhawk? Can you practice martial arts with me after school?" Lily chuckled. She answered, "Sure, Aiden, but you know, any of your uncles can also teach you martial arts." "I know. I just want to learn from you," Aiden said. Okay. It will be better if you learn from the best anyway." Lily winked at her son. Lily and Aiden played video games for the first hour of their bonding. Next, they had dinner and watched a movie. It was supposed to be an adventure movie, but it featured a father and son thriving through obstacles. The film probably reminded Aiden of his father. He asked, "Mom, is my real father still missing?" Hearing her son, Lily's body stiffened. Should she tell him about Lucas now? Right now, she did not know what to do. She wanted to give it a lot of thought. She gulped and replied, "Yes, Aiden. He is still missing." That night, Lily remained by Aiden's side. She stayed up for a few hours, acknowledging how her son needed a father figure. Should I introduce him to Lucas? Or maybe Jake and I should get married. I can't stay single forever, Lily thought. The sun's rays hit Lily's face. She winced and woke up beside Aiden, hugging her tightly in bed the following day. Her phone rang, and she panically picked it up, hoping it would not wake her son. "Lily Wright speaking," she said, still in a daze. "Sergeant Lily Wright, this is Sergeant Major Patton. I need you to report to the Fort Eagle military camp this Wednesday," the officer said on the other line. "You have been called for an active duty." "Active duty? If I may ask, sir, what for?" she asked with a frown. I had just reported for my monthly service at Copland Troop Command - Sergeant, we all know that even serving as a part-time National Guard, you can be called for duty at any time, the officer reminded her. "For now, I can only say that it is classified. You know the drill." "Yes, my apologies, Major. I will be there on Wednesday," Lily reluctantly acknowledged. "And Miss Wright," the Major said, "prepare for a long assignment. You may need to put your full-time job on hold. Inform your family, because we don't know how long this secret mission will last." After the call, Lily fell silent. She was going on a secret mission, and the length of the job was unknown. She turned to Aiden and felt regretful because she was going away again. What in the world is this secret mission? She muttered to herself. On the bright side, Lily, this mission might help you decide what to do about Lucas, maybe even help you stop thinking about him. That was what Lily thought until Wednesday came. Chapter 376. Somebody has guilt written all over their face, Lily softly commented, seeing her oldest brother, Liam Wright, in the dining area of their home early that morning. If anyone knew about the arrival of one Lucas Thompson, her brother would be it. After all, Liam previously managed the joint businesses between their family and the Thompsons. "Good morning, Lily," Scarlett greeted with a smile from the far end of the table. "Your dad and I made waffles. It's special today because you're home and your brother Liam came to visit. It's such a wonderful surprise." "Take a seat, Lily," Liam urged, eyeing the chair right in front of him. Lily narrowed her eyes at her older brother, sarcastically saying, "It is a surprise that Liam is here. Wonder why Big Brother flew out here early in the morning." She made sure to enunciate every word that left her lips. At first, Liam did not respond. He studied their parents, and after seeing they were busy preparing for breakfast, he leaned closer from across the table and said, "I wasn't sure if we were ready for Lucas' return. I wanted answers before I could tell you. I had men follow the Thompsons, but they were cautious. I still did not get anything about 10 years ago." "Did you keep that information from coming into Brayton too?" Lily asked. Surely, something of this magnitude was aired on TV and covered in an internet article. "The lost heir of the Thompson group of companies has returned." "I did not have to. The Thompsons kept everything quiet, Lucas' arrival and down to his CEO appointment," Liam replied. He gave Lily a concerned look and asked, "Do you believe me?" Lily sucked in a deep breath and thought about it. The anger and the pain felt like it was rushing back. "Soon," she answered. "I believe you, because I love you. You will always be my little sister." Liam reached for her hand and said, "I would do anything to protect you and get answers, but the Thompsons have risen into power over the years. Their influence has gone so deep that they are now very efficient at covering their tracks." "Good morning, guys, Uncle Liam." Aiden's scream echoed in the dining hall. He ran towards Liam and leaped in his arms.
Easy, buddy.
"You are not so young anymore." Liam laughed before making a mess of the boy's hair. "It has been a while, Uncle," the boy said. "It has been Aiden. And you are already 9 years old." "You are too heavy to be jumping into people's arms," Liam complained. The dining area became filled with laughter and warm discussion after that. Aiden had so much to tell Liam about martial arts and school. Soon, breakfast began. Aiden sat beside Lily and announced, "Mommy stayed in my room last night. We played video games and watched a movie." "Great bonding with Mom, eh?" Liam asked before giving Lily an approving nod. "Yep." Aiden turned to his grandparents and asked, "Waffles, please." As Aiden ate, Lily glanced back to her older brother and said, "Well, the Thompsons have their secrets and so do we. I guess we are even." While Lily said those words, somehow, she doubted if it was truly fair for all parties, especially for Aiden, her son. Lily knew she had a big decision to make, one that involved Lucas. "Wednesday. Do you have to go? How many years do you have to serve in the army?" Aiden complained. His brown eyes narrowed, and his face was grim as he asked, "Can't you quit?" Lily paused. She leaned down to Aiden and explained, "I made a deal with the army. I was supposed to be in the infantry, to be deployed to another country. My contract should have already ended, but because I did not want to stay away from you, I pulled strings to be a part-time National Guard." She pinched his cheek and added, "As a result, my contract got extended, and no, I can't pay my way out of a military contract. Don't worry, Aiden, my contract ends next year, and I'll only work for Black Hawk. We will have more time together," she promised with a wink. Lily hesitated for a moment before smiling at her son. She said, "And I supposed it's time for Mom to settle down. I'll marry your Uncle Jake, and you'll have a daddy dash." "What?" Aiden loudly objected. "I don't like Uncle Jake." Jake was Lily's boyfriend of 2 years. Lily never understood it. With Aiden and Jake, it was like hate at first sight. Jake did nothing to Aiden, but her son created a natural dislike for Jake. To Lily, Jake was a very good catch. He was handsome, and he was one of a few who accepted her past and Aiden. It was never easy for a single military mom to date and find a man who was completely understanding of that fact. "But I thought you wanted a father?" Lily asked. "Jake adores you." "He is a fake," Aiden angrily growled. "How in the world could you tell he is fake?" Lily asked, but her son did not answer. Instead, Aiden rolled his eyes. "Then who do you want me to marry?" Lily asked. "My real dad," Aiden responded, crossing his arms against his chest. "That's not going to happen," Lily answered while choosing a jacket from the closet.
Why?
Aiden asked angrily. Lily turned to her son. She gasped and reminded him, because I told you he is missing. He left us, Aiden. She turned to collect her duffel bag. Just as Lily picked it up, she heard a faint cry. Aiden saw it. He did not love us? His question broke Lily's heart. They had talked about Lucas before. She had always been open about the fact that Lucas had left them, but it was undoubtedly the first time he had cried about it. Look, I don't care if we don't find my dad, but not Jake. I don't want him, Aiden said bitterly. Lily embraced her son. She caressed his back and said, Okay, I won't get married. Sometimes, Lily felt like nobody was ever good enough for Aiden. He had such a high standard for a father, something that she could not even point out. She pulled away to wipe the tears that stained Aiden's face and said, Let's talk about this another time. I'll be on a mission, and don't know when I'll return. I'm not sure if I can call either. You know how this works? Yeah, Aiden said dryly. It took him a while to say, Be safe, Mom. I love you. You know, I will, Lily responded. I love you too. Hours later, Lily discovered the full details of her new mission. She was supposed to protect a very important individual. When she met this person, her heart sank. She silently thought, No. Why didn't I see this coming? Chapter 377. He is an important person who needs protection. It will be your primary responsibility to oversee his security, the major loudly said to Lily while they were on a military helicopter, flying 10,000 feet above the ground. This was one of those odd assignments. When Lily arrived at the military camp earlier, Sergeant Major Patton only let her sign a confidentiality contract, and then they hopped on a helicopter. It was while in the air that the major explained the mission. It seemed like she would protect a private individual from a threat, but who? Even that was kept a secret. After some time, they ultimately arrived at their destination. Earlier, Lily thought they were closing in on a familiar city, but her senior officer often distracted her, and she had to answer many of his questions. She wasn't able to identify where they had landed. The helicopter landed on a rooftop building. Again, it all seemed familiar to Lily. However, looking at everything several feet above the ground made it difficult to put a name to it. Lily reluctantly followed the military officer down the building, where bodyguards escorted them. They walked through an elegant hallway and into the private office. The man whom she was assigned to protect was sitting on a leather seat, and his back was facing them. Whoever this was should have heard the doors open, right? Why did he have his chair turned the opposite way? Lily mused while studying the chair. Eventually, a man with blonde hair announced their arrival. Sir, Major Sergeant Patton is here with Sergeant Lily Wright. The chair slowly swiveled, and at the sight of the man she was meant to protect, Lily's hands sweat, and her heart sank. It was Lucas Thompson, Aiden's father.
No.
Why didn't I see this coming? Lily silently asked herself. No wonder the place was so familiar. Lily was in Rose Hills, Lucas' hometown, and the location of the Thompson Group of Companies headquarters. Major Patton walked towards Lucas and shook his hand. He said, Mr. Thompson, it's nice to see you again.
What?
They have met before. Lily could only wonder. Sergeant Wright, this is Mr. Lucas Thompson. He is the new CEO of the Thompson Group of Companies, and right now, his life is in danger. He had requested the military's help, and we have chosen you for the job, Major Patton said. You will be reporting to Mr. Thompson round the clock, which means you will be living in the same building as he is until the authorities have arrested the mastermind behind his assassination threat. Lily was standing there like a stick. She did not know how many times she gulped. Eventually, she took a deep breath and answered, The military is not supposed to be used by private individuals. I refuse to accept this mission. Miss Wright, that is true, but if it is for the benefit of the federal state, then we will intervene, Major Patton said plainly. And that is why you are here. Besides, isn't it that your family has used the military for personal protection too? Major Patton pointed out. Inside, Lily was fuming. How dare the major point that out? Yes, that was true. Because Lily's great-grandfather was a former military general, her family, the Wrights, have enjoyed the benefits of military protection and service over the years. So, it was unfair to use this as an argument not to protect Lucas. Thus, she heaved a sigh and answered, I understand, Major Patton.
I'm sorry.
Then, I shall let you be. You are to report to me every week through our dedicated private line, the major said before giving respect to Lucas. After that, he excused himself. Lily heard the door close behind her. When she was alone with Lucas, she lifted her chin to look him in the eye. Fuck, he looked so good. But Lily had to remind herself that she hated this man. This was the man whom she loved, gave her everything to, and left without any explanation. How have you been, Lily? Lucas finally asked. Like the last, his voice was deep and slightly raspy. It's been a long time.
Oh.
Lily let out a sarcastic laugh. She said, So you do know me? I'm sorry about the last time we met. I wasn't entirely prepared for it, Lucas explained himself. And you are prepared now? Let me guess, you set this whole thing up? Lily asked. Lucas just smiled in his seat. He did not confirm nor deny it. He offered the chair before his desk and said, Please take a seat, Lily. I'd really love to catch up. What would you like to have? Coffee or tea? I don't need anything. I will only sit and talk with you if you tell me why you left. Where have you been? And what on earth did you do in the past 10 years that you went missing? Lily could not help but raise her voice. Why haven't you contacted us? Not even your parents? How could you throw away years of friendship, love, and brotherhood just like that? Lily said that because Lucas was also very close to her brothers. If you did not want to be with me, you could have said so. She screamed. Her emotions were taking over her, so she took a deep breath and shut her eyes, trying to find her calm. Whoever said I did not want you, Lily? I returned solely to take you back, Lucas frankly said. His answer stupefied Lily. Her brows raised as she asked, Really? You want me back? After 10 years of being gone? She scoffed and said, Are you out of your mind? You left me. You made me miserable, and you made our families fight. You only left me a note to say not to wait for you, Lily said. She could not help but be irritated by his calmness. What makes you think I want you back, Lucas? Newsflash, I have moved on as you had requested. Also, I have a boyfriend. Yet again, Lucas did not answer. However, Lily saw his expression darkened. He leaned back in his chair and ran his fingers through his dark brown hair. He replied, Do you think I care if you don't want me back? Is your boyfriend half better than me? I bet he isn't. His answer frustrated Lily to the core. She asked, Where have you been? I can't tell you that, Lucas replied bluntly.
Why?
Why can't you? Lily asked. If you can't tell me, then I can't trust you. The past 10 years are now part of my past. Didn't they say that a person's past should not matter in relationships? Lucas asked. He finally stood up and walked towards Lily, saying, Come back to me, Lily. I'll give you everything you want. What I want is for you to leave me alone, Lily coldly said. Lucas stood before Lily and slightly chuckled. At first, he seemed amused, but soon, he firmly replied, Anything but that. He held her wrist and repeated, Come back to me, Lily. Chapter 378. You know what, Lucas? You are insane, Lily yelled, pulling her arm away from him. She did it so forcefully that the necklace around Lucas' neck bounced to reveal that golden tag with her name carved on it. Instantly, Lily stilled. Her heart skipped a beat, while her eyes were glued to the pendant. This was the same necklace and pendant Lucas bought the week before he disappeared. More questions formed in her head. Why was he wearing this? Did he still care? If he cared, then why did he leave in the first place? Lily's eyes could not help but brim with tears as she stared at the pendant. With this discovery, she looked into his eyes and begged, Please, Lucas, tell me why you left, and maybe we can set aside all this misunderstanding. Lucas maintained eye contact. He clenched his jaws and said, I can't, Lily. I just can't. Then Lily finally snapped. I don't want this assignment. Talk to the major about this because there is no way I can stand being in the same room as you, much more, breathe the same air as you. She grabbed her duffel bag and threatened, I'm leaving. Don't you dare say a word about it to Major Patton. Lily, Lucas called, but Lily was already at the door. The bodyguards watching outside tried to reason with Lily, but Lucas said to his men, Let her go. You'll only end up hurting yourself. She isn't a simple lion. Good that you know. Lily yelled upon walking in the direction of the lift. Where are you flying to, miss? The ticketing agent at Rose Hills Airport asked. Where does she want to go? Lily did not know. She pursed her lips, wiping the tear that fell down her face. She told the woman before her, Excuse me, let me make a phone call real quick. Stepping aside and finding an isolated corner in the airport, Lily cursed. Fuck. Why am I crying? I really hate you, Lucas. She took out her phones. She had two, her personal phone and the one meant for the mission. She dialed Jake's number. Lily, what a surprise. I thought you were out on a mission? Jake, her boyfriend, answered after two calls. Yes, things have changed and I need you, Jake.
I need to talk to you, Lily said.
You're in Lockwood, right? I'm in Rose Hills. Can I see you for a few hours? I won't disturb your business trip. I will go to be with Aiden after our talk. She sighed and reiterated. I want to see you. Of course, darling. Come to see me in Lockwood. I am staying at Blue Intercontinental. Call me when you have arrived, and let's have dinner together. I missed you, Jake said, but Lily felt a lump in her throat and could not say the same words back. Instead, Lily responded, Thank you, Jake. I'll see you in about 2 hours. The truth was, Lily hoped that seeing Jake would make her stop thinking of Lucas. Thus, she went out of her way to see him. Ah, there she is, Jake exclaimed. His gorgeous gray eyes sparkled at the sight of Lily. He hugged her and pecked her lips. God, I miss you so much, but this life of dating a military woman sure is tough. Lily flushed. I'm sorry you had to bear it that. It's all right, Lily. I understand.
Come inside.
Let's have a wonderful meal together, Jake suggested while grabbing her hand. They went to the main restaurant, and Jake quickly ordered Lily's favorite food. As they ate, Lily studied Jake. He had dark hair and sharp features. He almost looked like Lucas in the past, except his eyes were gray. Suddenly, Lily dropped her fork. She covered her face with the realization that Jake looked somewhat like the old Lucas. Oh my God, Lily said to herself. She had probably seen this before, and simply lied to herself. Did I date Jake because he looked a bit like Lucas? Darling, is there something bothering you? Jake asked, interrupting Lily's thoughts. Nothing. Lily quickly recovered and faked a smile. She drank her wine and poured more, gulping down 3 glasses in a row. Whoa. Jake laughed. He said, Are you sure everything is okay, Lily? Nodding her head, Lily answered. Yes. I'm just pressured with work. Jake was an heir to a known construction company in Brayton, the Base Power Construction. He was currently the marketing director. Lily met him through her brother, Liam. Chapter 379. Liam had introduced Jake to Lily as one of their new contractors. Often, Jake traveled to other cities to make proposals, hoping to get another project for the company. That was why he was in Lockwood. Lily, my job here will be extended for another week, Jake revealed. But I'll see you after that, right? Since your mission is cancelled. With a smile, Lily faintly replied, Yes, it's fine. Do what you have to do here. Aiden wants me to spend time with him. She continued to finish her meal, but just as she did, she saw a familiar figure walking towards them. It was her former high school classmate, Alicia Bennett. Immediately, Lily frowned. She said, What is Alicia doing here? Jake turned in shock, saying, Alicia?
Oh.
He shrugged and said, I don't know. Alicia Bennett was obsessed with Lily's boyfriend. She flaunted her admiration towards Jake, not bothering to be discreet. She would post it on her social media and tell some of Lily's high school classmates. This woman had long, straight blonde hair and dressed like a model. She was rather the opposite of Lily. As expected, Alicia walked over to their table. She smiled and said, Fancy meeting you here. Really? You did not stalk Jake, right? Lily asked while gazing at her boyfriend. So what if I do? Alicia rolled her eyes. She said, I at least have the freedom to do that. Jake sneered at Alicia's words. He appeared to be disgusted by this woman. He said to Lily, Ignore her, darling. Eat your food. Let's not waste our breath on her. The truth is, I'm with my friends. I guess I'll be on my way, Alicia said before joining a table where 3 other girls were waiting for her. Is she bothering you? I could ask my cousin to teach her and her family a lesson, Lily offered to Jake. Jake merely laughed and said, This is the first time I have seen her in Lockwood. Don't bother yourself with unimportant people, Lily. Let's just enjoy our dinner. After their meal, Jake invited Lily to his hotel room. She agreed. Again, she wanted to convince herself that she had moved on with Jake, but she did not last a second when her boyfriend kissed her on the lips. Lily pulled away and made an excuse. I'm sorry, Jake. I wasn't expecting to stay longer. I booked a flight to Brighton at 10 in the evening. Oh, that's a shame, Jake muttered. He smiled and cupped her face. He said, Don't worry. I will always understand you, because I love you, Lily. You know that. I will always be patient with you. He grabbed her hand gently and said, Let's go and get you a taxi. Earlier that day, through a security surveillance video, Lucas watched as Lily left the headquarters of the Thompson Group of Companies. His eyes were fixed on her slender frame, her small and cute face that had not aged over the years. Like him, Lily was already in her early 30s, but her face looked so young. Lucas did not want her to leave, but Lily was a force to reckon with. It wasn't the time. He needed the right opportunity, and he was determined to find it. He glanced up at his assistant and said, Ryan, have someone follow her. Update me on her whereabouts. Yes, sir. A man, also well-built with blonde hair, acknowledged. Lucas returned to work for the rest of the day. He did not leave his office and wasn't planning to until nighttime. Ryan entered his office once more to update Lucas. Sir, Miss Wright went to Lockwood to see her boyfriend, Mr. Jake Bass. They had dinner together, and she spent a few minutes in his hotel room. Jake. Out of anger, the pen in Lucas' hand snapped. The veins on his neck protruded, and his jaws were clenched. He was seething as he ordered, Find out everything you can with this man, Jake Bass. I want all his dirt in 24 hours. You got that, Ryan? Yes, sir, Ryan replied. 10 years ago, he left, but now he has returned. Lucas would stop at nothing to have Lily back in his life. Chapter 380. Mommy, are you okay? You have been staring into spaces lately, Aiden asked. Lily was helping her son with his homework. While Aiden wrote his answers in the book, Lily was in a daze.
Sorry, buddy. Was thinking of something, Lily said.
Are you done? Almost. I'm so glad your mission got cancelled, Aiden revealed. Lily was unsure if Lucas had cancelled the request for military protection, but since Major Sergeant Patton had not called, she assumed nothing had officially been done. She supposed she still had to make that weekly report to the Major by the end of the week, even if it was fake. These past 3 days, she had been thinking a lot about Lucas. She was furious that he would not tell her what happened to him over the years. She was even more angry that he wanted her back and expected everything to be the same. When Aiden was finally done answering his homework, the mother and son pair had snacks in the kitchen. In the middle of their meal, Lily received a call. She picked it up and heard a woman speak on the other line. Miss Wright. This is Anna from Emerald Residential Tower. Mr. Bass had arrived from a business trip and requested you join him for dinner. The lady was referring to her boyfriend, Jake Bass. Lily was confused because Jake was meant to be on a business trip until next week. Then, if Jake wanted to have dinner with her, why ask the residential building receptionist to call her? Still, she did not think much about it and answered, I'll be there. Thank you, Anna. Lily tried to call Jake, but his phone was off. Thus, she left Aiden in the care of her parents. After getting changed into something comfortable, Lily went to the Emerald Residential Tower. When she arrived, Anna greeted her warmly and gave her a key card, saying, Mr. Bass asked that you let yourself in, Miss Wright. Lily accepted the key card and took the lift to the 10th floor, where Jake's flat was. As instructed, she let herself in. She was about to call for Jake from the living room when she heard sensual moans from the 2nd floor of the apartment. Immediately, she frowned.
Jake.
I love it.
More.
The closer Lily walked to the staircase, the louder the moans became. Lily carefully ascended to the 2nd floor and identified where the sounds were coming from. It was from Jake's room, and whoever was inside left the door open. Clothes were scattered on the floor. Inside, Lily saw her boyfriend, Jake, completely naked, and was on top of a woman she knew well. The woman was Alicia Bennett. Of all the people Jake screwed around with, it just had to be her. Well, I guess Alicia got what she wanted. Lily concluded, recalling how this woman had always wanted to be with Jake. To Lily's surprise, though, it did not affect her. Shouldn't she be screaming and crying right now? However, she was unfeeling.
Why?
She probably already knew the answer. She never truly moved on with Jake. Somehow, Lily was relieved. Aiden was right all along. Jake never deserved to be Aiden's father. Lily entered the room and coldly said, "I guess this means we are over, Jake." Jake scrambled off Alicia. His face turned ghostly white upon seeing Lily.
He stuttered. Fuck no. Lily, I'm sorry.
"Goodbye, Jake," Lily said before leaving. "Lily, wait." "Lily, I'm sorry." Jake called. He chased after Lily as soon as he found her stepping outside the lobby of the residential building. "Stop, please." "Lily,
I'm sorry."
I could not hold it. I am a man with needs, and you did not want to do it with me. Jake complained and managed to grab her wrist. "I gave in to the temptation and I'm sorry. I promise it won't happen again. I love you, Dash." "You lied about your whereabouts, Jake," Lily pointed out while pulling her hand away. "You said your business trip got extended, but instead, I found you home, in bed with another woman, worst with Alicia." She had always been so frank about wanting you. She did not even care if you and I were in a relationship. "Finally, I understand why," Lily gasped and said, "because for all I know, you've been doing her for Dash."
"No, Lily.
"It hasn't been that long, Dash." "Oh, God." Lily shook her head. "Forget it, Jake. Just forget about you and me. I can't be with you anymore." Jake kneeled before her and begged. He repeatedly asked for Lily's forgiveness, but he probably realized that she would not change her mind. He said, "Lily, think about this carefully. You won't find any other man who will love you when you have a baggage, Dash."
Stop. How dare you say that?
"Do you want me to kill you right now? Because we both know what I am capable of." Lily knew exactly who Jake was referring to. Aiden. So, was she meant to settle down with Jake just because she was a single mother? How long has Jake considered Aiden as a baggage? Lily found her car. Before getting in, she said, "I wish you and Alicia the best. You deserve each other. Don't bother me anymore." She left, driving to the nearby park to think. At the park, Lily found a bench and sat there, reflecting on the recent events in her life. First, Lucas was back, but someone wanted him dead. Then, Lucas told her he wanted her back after 10 long years. Now, she discovered her boyfriend had been cheating on her. What had Lucas done in the 10 years that he was gone? Did he have a girlfriend in between, or maybe more, and he only realized he loved me just now? She was asking questions that only Lucas could answer. What the hell is going on with my life? Lily thought before muttering. But then again, Lily, breaking up with Jake was for the best. Because with Lucas back, you are second-guessing your life's future decisions. Oh my God, I can't believe I just said that. Lily's face slapped herself at the thought of Lucas. 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 He was getting into Lily's head more often than he should. Unexpectedly, her phone rang. She picked it up and heard her mother's voice. Her mother was crying on the other line when she revealed, "Lily, your father was rushed to the hospital. He suddenly fainted. The doctors rushed him to surgery. Aiden is with your Aunt Gabby now." "Oh God. I'll be there," Lily said in a panic. When Lily arrived at the hospital, all her brothers were present, including her uncle. The doctor walked up to them and revealed her father's condition. Chapter 381. The aortic stent graft collapse, Dr. Stephen reported to the Wright family. That caused him to faint. So, earlier, we inserted another stent, and he is under observation. "I feel that there is a but coming," Lily's oldest brother, Liam, predicted. Behind him, all of Lily's brothers were giving the doctors murderous looks. The doctor sighed and admitted, "There is an endo leak. Despite the new stent, we still see blood flowing outside the graft. This continues to put pressure on the aneurysm." Lily's family gathered outside the recovery room to listen to Dr. Stephen. Her mother, her uncle, and all 5 brothers were naturally there. Lily's father, Caleb Wright, was still under observation and would be moved to his private room later. "You said you were the best at this," Lewis, Lily's other brother, yelled. From there, everyone was nagging the doctor. "I specialize in aortic repair via stent grafts." "Yes, I am the best at this," the doctor claimed. Last year, Caleb Wright caught an infection that resulted in an ascending aortic aneurysm. They hired the best doctors in the state for their father's treatment. The solution offered was a stent graft insertion. They said it was less invasive and safer, but what happened now? Stent grafts are still the best options with higher chances of survival after the procedure, Dr. Stephen asserted. Going for an open surgery has its risks and requires a very skillful surgeon. So, what happens if this endo leak continues? Lily questioned. The doctor paused and weakly answered. He will need an ascending aortic replacement, an open surgery dash. So, we end up with an open heart surgery still? Lewis barked. Why did we have to go through the other procedure if an open heart surgery was the best solution? Another brother of Lily bitterly asked. This is not acceptable. Another one exclaimed. Doctor, it seems you are doing a trial and error with our father's condition. Lily's brothers were bombarding the doctor with their comments and questions while Lily's mother kept crying, afraid for Caleb's health. Kyle Wright, Lily's uncle, pointed a finger at the doctor and said, Let me guess, your name is Dr. Quack. No, I swear to you, I did my best, the doctor reasoned. All doctors in my team offered Mr. Wright the best solution for his condition. Okay, let's say my father ends up needing that open heart surgery, Liam frigidly asked. Who is the best doctor who can perform this? Because we will not accept an unskilled surgeon. He or she has to be the best in heart or thoracic surgery. The doctor froze. He looked at the family and remarked, You did not want to go to the best facility for heart and lung treatment dash. Do we need to if we get the best doctor to come to us? Liam shot back. We can pay the doctor any amount to come to Brayton City. Remember that was how you ended up relocating here, Dr. Stephen. Well, just so happens the best doctor for thoracic surgery right now is exclusively treating patients at St. Dominique's Heart and Lung Center, Rose Hills, the doctor revealed. Lily immediately frowned. The Thompson Group of companies owns St. Dominique's Heart and Lung Center. In the past, Lucas's mother was known to be the best thoracic surgeon. But Dr. Chantel Thompson is no longer performing surgeries. Is she? Lily asked, referring to Lucas' mother. Oh, I am not talking about the famous Dr. Chantel Thompson. I know she is already retired. The doctor gulped and explained, Look, I had signed a confidentiality agreement. I'm not supposed to say this, but I trust you won't say anything. I'm talking about her son, Lucas Thompson. He earned his license abroad and had operated on 5 of the most complicated heart surgeries referred to their center over the past 3 months, the doctor revealed. I had already referred 2 of my patients there, Dr. Stephen added. They say he is the next big thing in thoracic surgery, but he chose to run his father's company more than actively practicing surgery. He only accepts patients requiring complicated procedures and does not take clients outside St. Dominique's. Chapter 382. Fuck. Lucas is back. Lewis indignantly turned to Lily and asked, Do you know about this? Is Lucas really back, Lily? Lily's mother also asked in shock. All her brothers, except for Liam, asked the same thing. Lily helplessly looked at Liam, and seeing her brother wasn't going to spill either, she chose a safer answer and said, No, this is the first time I have heard of this. I'm going to kill him, Lewis declared. I second that. Christoph, another brother of Lily, said the same thing. Wait. The doctor called everyone's attention. He suggested, You know Dr. Lucas Thompson? Yes. All 4 of Lily's brothers said. Then, the doctor pursed his lips and suggested, Perhaps you can kill him after he operates on your father? That's a good point, Lewis said. But after the surgery, I'm going to do whatever I want with him. Me too. Count me in. Lily's brothers were getting rowdy, so she called everyone's attention. Okay, stop. Before you think about what you want to do, let's say Lucas agrees. Remember that our father will still need postoperative care. Seeing everyone in her family was listening to her, Lily suggested, I'll talk to Lucas. You all stay here with Mom and Dad. Hours later, Lily was back in Rose Hills, standing before the Thompson Group of Companies headquarters. She sighed because she had never expected to be back. Lily did not have to introduce herself. She did not know why or how, but the security guard around the building knew her. She had clearance to go to Lucas's office without any hassle. When Lily entered Lucas' office, he was already expecting her. Lily, what brings you back? Lucas calmly asked while leaning back in his seat. How did you get your medical license? Lily asked outright. Lucas frowned. He cleared his throat and replied, I don't know how you knew that dash. A doctor from Brayton slipped, Lily explained. I see, Lucas casually responded. He should not have done that, but what does it have to do with your visit? Lily gasped profoundly before looking at Lucas with pleading eyes. She revealed, Dad, he underwent an aortic stent graft procedure last year, and earlier today it collapsed. Apparently, there was an endoleak, and even after the stent was replaced, there was still an endoleak. It looked like he will need an operation in the end. We want to ensure that whoever operates on him is the best. Are you the best one out there? Lily asked. I am. I may not have practiced it here in the country, but I have performed many of the same procedures abroad, Lucas confirmed. He got up from his seat and asked, What kind of condition does Uncle Caleb have? Ascending aortic aneurysm. Dad had an infection that caused a blood clot, and it traveled to his heart. This happened last year, Lily explained. Lucas calmly said while walking towards Lily. He asked, Do you want me to operate on Uncle Caleb? Can you promise that you won't make mistakes? Lily asked. I won't make mistakes, Lucas replied. Then, can you? Lily asked. It seemed to her that Lucas was open about it. Asking him wasn't that hard after all. I will operate on Uncle Caleb in exchange for one thing, Lucas suggested. In a trembling voice, Lily inquired, What is it? Lucas' dark-colored eyes seriously looked straight into her blue orbs and said, Marry me tomorrow. Wait, what? Lily could not believe it. Days ago, Lucas said he wanted her back. How did it escalate to marriage now?